If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowances for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor look too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life for broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at the beginning, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are done, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 40 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
do you write women so well?
I think of a man, and I take away reason and accountability.
Today is the beginning of the end, and the start of a new beginning. Time has come to refine yourself and let go of the demons in your head that have held you in captivity for so long. It's time to flip the page and prove them wrong. It's time for rebirth. Yeah, time is up to say goodbye to all the haters, doubters, and non-believers trying to bring you down. In the blink of an eye, you'll realize that there's so much more to the book than the page you were stuck on. Finally, you will feel free to live a life you love living instead of the life you think other people want you to live. Remember, you are the highest authority when it comes to knowing what you want and what you love. So stop trading yourself for the approval from others. Ladies and gentlemen, weirdos and geeks, please repeat after me. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a I don't give a fuck. 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 It's time to start doing the right thing. So trust your instincts, stop listening to others, and own your decisions. People will always tell you what to do, opinion how to live. So let's create space for what matters most to you. You'll be glad you did. Now start claiming your time and your mental well-being by saying no more. No more. Say it loudly and proudly. In other words, fuck you. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
Target acquired.
Eagle 1, first strike. You have permission to engage the target.
Warning: the following video contains explicit language which may be offensive to some viewers or inappropriate for children. The content within this video is intended for mature audiences only.
Welcome back to my mature audiences only, as I'm sure there are only mature people out there in my crowd tonight. How is everyone? Good? Good? Everybody doing well? It's a long day today. Went out and shot a USPSA match in Alabama, which is about a 2-hour drive for me, and had a great time, actually. Didn't shoot as well as I could have. I'm not really a USPSA pistol guy, but did okay. Did okay. Roland from the show, or from the crowd, one of you folks, he came along with me. So he showed up, and I geared him up, guns and ammo, and he shot the match. He did take a DQ because he made a small error, but that's okay because it's a learning process. So yeah, That was a sack full of wind today. My kid shot with me today, and it was a great time. Great time. If you happen to be in the Huntsville area, you should check out the Rocket City Practical Shooters and go down and shoot their match. It's well done. It's a great facility, and it's badass. You should have it. You should do it. It's a good time. It's a very good time. Yes. Welcome to you as well. Believe in yourself. Let's see who we have out in the chat tonight so far. I see Damien, our local parkour guy. Adam87, salute, sir. Raynor, I'm not sure I've seen you here before, but that's awesome. Glad that you got a gifted membership. Shane Herbert, Khaled, however, I don't know. There's a lot of different ways to pronounce that, so go with that. Welcome to you as well, sir. Stochastic Decay is in the house. We always need a little bit of stochastic decay. And of course, believe in yourself. So welcome to all of the Shane Hebert. I'll get it right. Welcome, Truckin' Dude. Welcome to all the folks in the chat tonight that are going to hang out with me. It's going to be a chill stream tonight. We're going to have some people dropping by later. If you want to come up, if you've seen the show, you have a beef with me, if you got a membership, you want to thank, want to give shout outs to the people that did so, and you are willing to follow the procedures for coming up on the show, you can do that tonight. That's what this is for. Hey, Bear. Gotcha. I was in France earlier this year. Cam the King. Welcome back, sir. Oh, okay. Awesome, Raynor. Awesome. Yeah, we really like to have people in the chat. The chat help make it all go, makes the world go around. So Kat is not going to be on tonight. She is over doing her weekend stream with her husband and the European fellows from Ireland and England. Apparently, they got a little wild last night and got a strike. So hopefully they can keep it under wraps tonight and not get another strike. But again, welcome to all of the chat. Seems like my mic's working, but let's go ahead and get a mic check, ball check, tactical soap check, firearm check. Everybody got your firearm? I got mine. They're right there. There's one there. There's one back over there. There's another one hanging there. Hey, we got a few in here. So yeah, got stuff going on. Yeah, do all the good stuff. So, how has everyone's day been? Anybody want to? I had a great day. Like I said, I went to go shooting, and that's always a good time for me. So many bullets today. So much. Awesome. Managed to get home, get showered, cleaned up. I look like a human. Don't smell bad. It's always a good deal. I believe Glenn Lawrence may wander along a little later. He has been very, very busy lately. Not really sure if he'll make it or not, but we'll see. We'll see. Awesome. But it is a Saturday night, which means it is typically, as normal, it is a chill stream where we're just going to relax. Chill out. Long day after long night of verbal combat and Speaks After Hours panel. Yeah, that stuff can go long. Welcome, Thomas O'Brien. Welcome to the show. Yeah, I should do verbal combat one weekend. The problem is I tend to do my main serious show on Friday night, and then Saturday night's like my chill. We're just gonna banter around. You guys, I interact with the chat way more. it's just a much easier kind of show. A lot of times, if somebody's got something else going on, a lot of times Andrew or somebody will be doing like a TikTok invasion or something that's just fucking awesome. And dude, I have no problem with being like, hey, let's all just shut this one down and go over there and check him out because he's badass. But tonight it looks like it's just going to be a nice, chill, easygoing stream. We're going to talk about some stuff, I guess. Yeah. You guys, vacation, man. I wish I was on vacation. That's Thomas O'Brien or Truckin' Dude. Are you the one on vacation? Let me see that. Yeah, Truckin' Dude is on vacation. That's good. He's been getting more leftist recently. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, a little issue on Monday, with the weird panel deal that I was on, but that was fine. Yeah, whatever. I just choose not to interact with those people anymore. And it's really interesting. I don't even know how. Yeah, I don't have to contact anybody I want to, right? I don't know why anybody would go out of their way to contact me if they didn't really want to watch the show, if they didn't enjoy the things I have to say. Why? Why would anybody waste time like that? Like, it just doesn't, like just like I don't look, there are people that apparently, don't, that I don't know. I don't know how, whatever they believe, but into I have zero interest in people are going to be disingenuous. Really? Is it just the camera or is it the voice? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, let's see if we're back. We're back? All right, good. Sorry, guys. There's something I got a notice today that they were doing work in the area, and ever since I got in this evening, the internet's been terrible. I've rebooted everything. I don't know. I may have to make a complaint. Yeah. All right. Cool, guys. Thanks. I who knows what the hell's happening? It's a weird thing. So anyway, I missed some subjects there. All right. Thanks, guys, for sticking with me. Sorry about that. I don't know what was going on. Roland Thorpe, glad to see you back out there. Glad to shoot with you today. Sorry it didn't go better for you. That's how it goes. Everybody has a first day at work. So, and this is what it is. Yeah. What's up, Raging Patriot? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see it. Yeah, it's an interesting thing with the internet in my area. I think they're doing construction down the road from me, so I don't know. Maybe they jack something up. So that works out pretty good. All right, guys. Just give me 1 second. Let me get caught back up. Glad you guys were able to chat amongst yourselves while we were chasing that little problem. All right, cool. Everything looks good. Seems like we're in pretty good shape. So let's keep rolling. I forget where I was. It doesn't matter. How's everybody's week been? It's Saturday. It's a good day to just chill out. I chilled out today for sure. You guys have a good time? Hopefully you had a good time. Hopefully I'm not lagging out again. It's good. All right, guys. Well, we had quite a night last night with all of the memberships gifted. I hope everybody that got one enjoys it. I hope I can make it worth your while to come back and spend time with me. And we're going to try and have a good evening. Stephen, it's been an interesting week for me because I had all of that excitement or melodrama at the beginning of the week, and then after that, it's settled down. It's been great. Like I said, if anybody wants to, since this is a chill stream, if anybody wants to come up and chat, there is a little bit of a vetting procedure, but it's not that big a deal. And you're welcome to come up. You can come up and complain to me or about me, and give ideas for the show or whatever. Basically whatever. This is really just to chill out and chat. So. Yes, Roland Thorne was on just a couple of days ago, and during that discussion, we talked a little bit about shooting, and sure enough, we shot a match today down in Huntsville. It was a great time, very good time, very, very good. So, had breakfast and ended up falling back asleep at 9 a.m. Wow, woke up at 3. You blame the dog? Always blame the dog for everything. It's the best plan. All right. Let's see. I got stuff going on here for some reason. It don't matter. Anybody got big plans for the weekend? I think tomorrow we're gonna My kid has an open house at his school, so I have to go to the I'm gonna have to go to that, and then I think we're gonna go to the lake. Your memory is shit now. That's okay, Cam. That's okay. My memory is kind of shit too sometimes. Part of getting old, I guess. So it's very chill today. Like usually the chat's rolling like 100 miles an hour, and I just laughing and having a great time. It's very chill today. Very cool. Very cool. What do you guys think about the I think it's Microsoft about to sell off a very large chunk of their video game development teams, guess whatever, because they've had several games that are perceived as being woke and are literally bombing. You're 84 with dementia? In my 30s. There you go. I understand, man. I understand. I just hope to, stay pretty active, right? And I am pretty active. A lot of stuff out there in the news these days. It's hard to keep up. It's really interesting. All of it's very interesting. I mean, to me, I don't know about anybody else, but. And Elon's getting criticized for suing his critics, I guess. Yeah, go woke, go broke. That is the way of it, screaming. So, I used to not like Elon that much, right? But, the more I see from him, the more I like him. So yeah, old Elon Musk is getting getting sued because he sues people who don't live up to their contracts and that sort of thing. Rob Dom's a pretty cool dude. He's a pretty cool dude. He was totally he was really unprepared for what that event takes, but that's fine. Mr. Hebert, what I notice is a lot of people who hate Elon Musk also harp on about climate change and hate the guy who makes EVs because he did it and got rich for it. That's true. I really like it when Elon comes out and says, I've done more for climate change than anybody on this stage, and he can point to anybody. It doesn't matter who's on the stage. He is right. And I love that. That's very awesome. Yeah. The death of Disney as we know it is, they've gone like full on DEI in their video games. Now have you seen the press releases? They're saying, now look, I'm not a video game guy. I don't play video games. I'm sure that a couple of the guys out there that are real, gamer dudes really have been following this closely. What's interesting to me is that the claim, once they got caught doing the DEI stuff, was not to double down on, hey, yeah, we're being inclusive. This is what we want. This is what needs to be the policy. And that's what they usually do. In this case, Disney is actually going the other way. They're basically saying that they hired a firm to provide the voice casting, and therefore they have no control over who was hired for the voice casting. And I think we all know that I think that's bullshit. I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I think they're wrong about that. Disney's been woke a very long time. I mean, it just has. They've been progressively getting worse and worse and worse because they're progressives, and I don't think there's any saving Disney. We went to Disney about 2 years ago, I think, and it was not. Yeah, it's probably 2 years ago. We went to Disney, and it wasn't that fun for me. It was. And the interesting thing is the rides were closed. They were still doing a bunch of COVID stuff. They could only have so many people in the shops. That half the shops were shut down. For a place where you're spending so much money. Why? Yeah, Disney's just weird. Disney's fucked up. But speaking of something. How is it that Kamala can get a single vote if you go and buy lunch for two right now at fucking Whataburger, right? I stopped on the way back. My kid and I, on the way back today, we stopped at Whataburger. Now, I don't eat out at burger places a lot anymore. It's just, I don't know. It's just not really been not been what I do. But like 2 hamburgers, fries, Coke, and a shake was $33. I mean, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. So I don't know how people are. I mean, I don't know how these. I don't know how these fast food places are going to hang on, and they're building the shit out of them. I don't know if they've built in my town. They've built this year. They've built over the last year and a half. They built 2 Whataburgers. They've built. They're building another. They built another Wendy's, another Dutch Brother. I mean, it's just so much, man. So much, and. I don't know. Does anybody else have this idea? Like this is kind of crazy to me, right? Like, how can these places stay in business? If lunch for 2, and dude, we literally ordered just burgers. Like, we didn't order anything fancy. It was just plain double cheeseburger. Fries, and he had a root beer, and I had a shake. $33. What's up, Anson Knowles? Hey, if you want to come up tonight, it's we're doing the Saturday night chill stream, so you can come up. So the problem is Whataburger used to be like pretty close to cheap food. And I mean, man, $33, that's a lot. I don't know, man. And I think that's just indicative of a couple of it's just a couple of I mean, it's indicative right now of the way the economy is. How in the world is Kamala getting a single vote with the state of the economy? Roland Thorne, it doesn't matter, dude. I just happen to notice that it's just crazy right now. Like, it is absolutely nuts. And I don't normally pay that much attention to it. I don't know why I even paid attention to it today, but it just struck me as funny that I literally bought something that should have been like $12 and it was $33. All those places take EBT. Well, that's how they're surviving then. Yeah, stand by, guys. I just got to type for a second. Yeah, okay. Yeah, have that Sonic, and we're good. All right. So mods, the way that we want to do this is, I don't care who comes up tonight, but we have to vet them. Easiest way to vet them is take them to Discord. They must be willing to either be cammed up or show themselves on camera that it's just them and they're not going to do any like weird anything TOS stuff. And then we'll have them come on. I'm going to probably not more than 3 at any given time. Brian yeah, we know, bro. We say that all the time here. You think Kamala's going to win? I don't know. The elephant in the room is the female vote. We say that literally all the time. So the see, this is actually, Arthur Daya, this is probably one of your most insightful statements ever. I think you're right. And I think that's why this Waltz is that's why Waltz is the VP choice, because to get the votes, she had to go along with what the party wanted, and what the party wanted was another Biden, right? And so have you seen I just actually read an article that now, or it wasn't an article, it was a blurb, and then I guess it's going to be a video, which I'll probably have to watch, but saying that now black men are going to vote that Tim Waltz is the VP. Like, what? You can put an old white guy in and that's going to make black men vote? How does that fucking work? I don't know. Yeah, it does feel like a coup, though. It does. Very much the same exact way, or in the very much the same exact way that Biden decided that he was not going to do anything with the any kind of primary for the Democrats. The new state legislator voting laws being passed is different. Hang on. This isn't a really clear thought. Here's a list. Biden won states this year that changed election laws: Virginia, GA, PA, and Wisconsin. Yeah, I know. But in fairness, I think Wisconsin at least intended to make it tougher for there to be an issue. So Angel, I think it's a little different this time. Yeah, I saw this. I think that's a mistake. I mean, they could have given it any other reason. But that was it. I'm actually shocked. So Angel Berber, I think, and Anson will be up here in a minute to argue with me about it. I think Kamala has shot herself in the foot not going with the fighter pilot guy. I think the fighter pilot guy was an instant slam dunk win. I don't think Kamala can beat Trump. Yeah, as I said, all the states you named tried to make it more fair. So yeah. Yeah, he is actually a raving liberal. He has a lot. I mean, the thing is that Waltz has a lot that's just dirty pool that is coming to light, and I don't think that the undecided voters are going to go there. I'm going to go into that in just a minute as to why I believe that. What's up, Just Wally? Again, guys, if you want to be up on the panel, or not panel, but if you want to be up on the show, you have to just simply get the attention of a moderator. They're out there. They're the guys with the blue wrenches. You know who they are. Get a hold of one of those guys. They will set you up. Either you'll there's a couple of different ways to get vetted. Usually the easiest way is to go to the Discord, get vetted through the Discord, and then I can bring you into the backstage. You'll need to cam up just for, you don't have to be cammed up on stream, but you do have to cam up in the back room so that I can see that you're a real person and you're not going to do something really nutso. Okay. I think this is an interesting statement. There's at least one for sure. I think there's 2 Democrats in California that are changing parties because they don't want to be tied to the Democrat Party right now. It's and they've publicly now said that they do not recognize the party that they signed up for a few years ago, and there's a bunch of different things. Yeah, so 2024 is interesting. So 2022, I don't know what was going to go. I think Andrew's modified his viewpoint a little bit. Well, so Andrew doesn't. So actually, let me clarify something. Andrew, it isn't that Andrew thinks that Trump will lose. What Andrew thinks is they're not going to let him be president. They're going to keep after this. They're going to keep after trying to get him get Trump pushed out or keep him from taking office somehow. They're literally using every possible thing that they can to pull Trump out of the election. And I'm not sure that that's a good play for them, to be honest. I think it would be really interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So Tim Waltz is going to be he's going to be tough for the middle of the rotor. See, I think the problem is, yeah, that's it. This is exactly right. I don't think they can get away with ballot stuffing this time. That's a problem. I think Andrew's right that if they could, they would, but I don't think they can. There's too many people now that are going to be poll sitting, that are going to be videotaping people going in and out of the of the ballots. No, I don't want to get into that. That's probably pretty close to TOS, Arthur Dye. They'll kill me. That is Callum. I recognize him by the cut of his jib. Yeah, Angel, I think that so I agree. So this is where I'm in agreement with Andrew. I firmly believe that the Dems are going to do anything possible to keep Trump out. the problem is that I think that they've locked themselves in here. I think that they've done themselves more harm than good. Because what they've done, whether they wanted to or not, whether they meant to or not, what they've done is that's weird. I don't think they meant to do it, but what they've done is they've enraged the what they've done is they've put this election into such focus that the moderates, the middle of the road guys, are actually, so that typically the moderates would go to either Trump or Kamala, and in the last election's case, a lot of them went to Joe Biden. Those middle of the road people are solidly in Trump's corner, and if they're not, then they are solidly, and I mean solidly, on RFK. If RFK drops out at the last minute, which I think he will, if RFK drops out at the last minute, those voters are going to go to Trump. So I could be wrong, but I could be wrong, but maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, I think Trump. I think Musk leaning towards Trump is. Well, I mean, I'm not going to get too far into that, but yeah, very cool stuff. All right. Yeah, Angel, I don't know, man. I think that I think that it's just going to be I think the polls are being jockeyed with, first of all. I don't believe it. So here's the thing. This is why this is one of the, I know there are a lot of legends in the chat. Yeah, RFK is he's kind of weird dude. I don't care who's, look, I don't support terrorists. That's all I can say about that. Right? That's all. I don't support terrorists. So Israel's got some messed up stuff, but anyway. WMD is going to get you. Don't. You're lucky I put the I set it so that it doesn't care about caps anymore. Yeah, so, and I think that there's a lot of that. Look, hey, Angel, dude, I get it. And to be honest with you, you want an honest opinion? I think the Democrats are scared shitless right now. I think the leadership of the Democrats are literally pissing their pants. I think they're manipulating the polls, and I think that they're trying to shove Kamala down our throats because they know nobody wants to vote for Kamala. I've only, out of all the people I've talked to, and I talked to a lot of different people, and I mean, even people that normally vote Democrat do not want Kamala at all. And Tim Walz did not help. It was the exact opposite effect. They literally said, no, we cannot have that. And look, a lot of these are people that own businesses, or they're living paycheck to paycheck. And dude, that's cool, Khalid. Again, I know some I know some Palestinians, and I know people of all, literally all ethnicities and nationalities. I just whatever. I don't want to get into that. I honestly don't care about their opinion on that. I'm way more interested right now in their financial and Second Amendment and a couple other key things. Yeah, I don't know what they're thinking putting Tim Waltz on there instead of the fighter pilot guy. Fighter pilot guy he was a dunk. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Are we not men? Yeah, and Musk is calling him out on that. So I just don't, man on the street wise, I don't see anybody that's going to vote for Kamala. They tried to get the undocumented immigrant foreign national vote pushed through Congress, but it's not going to work. All of the states where that vote could count, it was already going to go dim. So if it doesn't hurt. This is the thing that's fucking with people's heads is we weren't going to win New York. So what does it matter that they have 1.5 million or 2 million or 3 million foreign national votes that are undocumented that even if every one of those vote for Kamala, what does it matter? We weren't going to win that state anyway. Same thing in California. Not going to win California, so why does it matter? It matters in Texas, but Texas won't. Texas isn't going to. Texas won't go. That will not fall to undocumented immigrants or foreign nationals, rather. So I don't really see it going in states where they can cheat. Yeah, they can. Yeah. Arizona, you're right, Mr. They did actually try to do that. Sorry, I got sidetracked there reading some stuff in chat. But basically, if the states where those people are going to be able to vote, they're not going to be able to swing the election. They needed to get the foreign nationals able to vote in Ohio, in Illinois, in some of the swing states, and they weren't able to. So yeah. Yeah, Arthur Dye, I understand that, but the problem with Florida and Texas is that they require ID to vote, and I just don't think it's going to. You just the foreign nationals just. They're not going to be. I understand they're trying to do it. I don't think they can do it. I know they can't do it in Texas. They can do it they could get Austin maybe, but the rest of Texas won't allow it. Florida, I don't know. I think DeSantis is on top of it, and I don't think it's going to. But they would require millions of ID theft to swing it. It's not like they can rampant ID rampant. I mean, Florida's ID theft's always rampant, right? It's the way it is. But plus, I trust the Cubano vote down there to keep it blue. The Cubanos don't like. They don't like communism. Yeah. But Arthur Dye, it's always been that way. It's always been that way. That's nothing new. I've actually never met a Cubano that wasn't staunchly conservative. Even the new generation, because their families are so they're so traditional and conservative, they just don't allow it. Now, I mean, I'm sure that there are some, but I've never met one. So, I don't think they can buy the electorate. I think they're going to try and do something with the 25th Amendment. Like, this is how I think Andrew perceives this as well. They're going to, I think the Dems are going to challenge. I think Trump will probably win. They're going to challenge Trump on the 25th Amendment and call him unfit. They're going to try every legal means and to get him prosecuted and persecuted leading up to it. So yeah. Anson, are you coming up, buddy, or what? You still eating coney? Angel Berber. All right, just paying the dues. Thanks for the political pep talk. Got to stay away from black pill and having a good in-depth talk about the positives helps. Yeah, man. Hey, man, anything I can do. I think that, look, it's so easy to just get bombarded with all of the Kamala stuff. I actually have somebody was telling, I think it was Clover Tack last night. Clover Tack was saying that it's like his entire feed on social media, and I'm assuming Facebook and Instagram, is nothing but Kamala. Man, that's crazy, right? That's just nuts. So, oh, you saw the clip, JC? Yeah, that's just a clip. The actual interview will post tomorrow. I'm gonna have one or two more. I have one more clip to post either late tonight or first thing in the morning, and then sometime tomorrow afternoon I'll post the entire thing. Yes, Are We Not Men? They did in fact try to assassinate the man, and that's cool. JC Garcia wanted to come by, say what's up. Can't stay long. That's cool, man. I tried to do a good stream. You know, sometimes I fall down. Comments on Japan stock market crash from just a 0.1% change in the Japanese interest rate, and the Fed likely decrease rates to save stock market equals more inflation. So this is, again, I go back to what I've been telling you guys for the last 7 months. What's going to happen, and what we're already seeing happen, is they're going to artificially push down inflation as much as they can. Probably going to be a quantitative easing in the next month or so, I would guess. They're going to call it a necessary evil. That's got to happen. We've got to do it right now. Can't wait. No, there won't be any time for figuring this out. And then you're going to push down and they're going to artificially push down the interest rate as well. So the economy looks like it's doing better, but it in fact is not. They can do that because they have control of the Fed. as far as what happened in Japan, Japan has a very interesting sort of economy, and the way that they the way that they're able to manipulate it. They've been able to do this for, I don't know, 50, 100 years, something like that. I don't know, long time, long as I've been alive. And so it's very interesting to see the difference between the Japanese local economy and the Japanese stock market, which is traded internationally. Not sure that we can really compare the two, just like we really can't compare the New York Stock Exchange, which is traded internationally. We can't really compare that across the board evenly to our own economy, even though it is an indicator, it's not a comparator. So, Mr. So right now, Prime, I think, hang on, let me check this out. Because Prime the other night was like 6.5. I don't want to lie to you. Let me double check this. Yeah. All right. So Prime is 8.50. This is the exact same as last year, by the way. Now that's from Bank of America. There we go. Hang on. I got to get the Fed. Sorry. I don't know why I pulled up Bank of America shit. Target rate is 5.25 to 5.50. High is 5.50. Low is 5.3 for the federal prime interest rate today. So, but this is Prime, and not everybody's going to get Prime, especially in this market. I don't think that anybody gets Prime right now. That's a problem. This is this is a problem with trying to understand a lot of this stuff. So yeah, the Prime at the bank's around 6%. I 100% believe that in the next month it'll be 5%, and 5% will trigger, assuming that that inflation comes down even a little bit. That's going to trigger some movement in the market, and when that happens, Kamala's going to point to that and say, "Look at what our policies have done. This is how it works. We're getting it done, folks. Vote for me. Rah rah rah. Sis boom bah. Bitch on a stick." Whatever. So Callum is right here. All the mid-range VCs are on pause right now, waiting for another round before QE. That's absolutely accurate. And to put a point on this, it's very, very interesting right now in the market. The markets are volatile. People are making money and people are losing money in big ways, and we can't get around that. Okay. So, but keep in mind that the current market is being manipulated or will be manipulated. But now understand, the Fed can only do this short term. The Fed cannot artificially push down both inflation and interest rate at the same time. They can't do that, but they can do it artificially for a very short time, 3 months, maybe tops, a month. So that's crazy. If anyone knows Yuri Bezmenov, the way he explains the tactics used to bring down a nation from the inside is what I see happen. Yeah, I mean, look, they've got their rule book. They got their book out and they're playing it, right? What's up, Nick? Good to see you in the chat. VC is venture capitalist. Yes, absolutely. Welcome, guys. Good to see you out there in the chat. You guys are tops. Culture war, the migrant problem, the shifting of norms, the economy. Yeah, that's all indicators. Yeah. but I think you have to really look at what's going on, guys. Who does it really help when money's devalued, right? Like you look at what happened in the stock market last week or Monday, right? Last Monday, the stock market dropped 1,000 points. That's nuts. That's literally crazy. That's not what you want to see at all. You know? And let's see. And a lot of this, you have to understand too, that while a lot of people really believe Bitcoin is the way of the future, a lot of people see Bitcoin and Ethereum and all of the other crypto currencies as a direct tie-in to a digital central bank, which means that they will eliminate cash, which means that at that point they have total control of your money, and they can take your money anytime they want to. They can wipe you out anytime they want to. Social credit scores are a very real thing when that happens. So, so there's for people who are, for people who are casual investors, or people watching their retirements, like Arthur Dye just said, she lost 60K on paper last week. Absolutely. They're pushing the values of crypto down too. They're actually not pushing the value of crypto down. Crypto's doing that all on its own. But the way that everything's going is not good. Yeah, that's true. Cam the King, honestly, that's true. So, so Bitcoin has regained a little bit since last week. We had that drop last Monday. It went down to 53.9, and now it's back up to 61. So they're at a $700 swing, but it's not stable, and it's not on a very good uptrend. As a matter of fact, right now it's kind of plateauing, and that really could signal a fall off to an even larger crash. I don't know. It's very interesting. What's really interesting is I was just in the I was actually just in the market. We were just thinking about adding more Bitcoin, and I think we've decided not to, for now. So Anson's not coming up. Does anybody want to come up and chat for a little while? I mean, you don't have to. I'll just keep monologue. I can monologue for days. Yeah, so this is a good statement. This is actually a really good statement. Maybe I'm just proud to be an American, but the socialist authoritarianist movement has never been up against a nation of sovereign states, which gives me hope they can't win. That's true. That's true. Nick, we can talk about anything you want, man. This is a chill stream. I don't know why we're talking about money so much. Everybody's worried about it. That's why. Actually, it's my fault because I brought up the fact that I bought Whataburger today. I don't normally eat a lot of fast food. I bought Whataburger today, and it was $33 to feed me and my son. It's crazy. Yeah, crypto is one of those things that I have a love-hate relationship with. I know he's eating, but how long does it take to, slurp down a little food and keep rolling? So I think another thing that really hurts the Dems is Trump has never been particularly like hardcore Second Amendment. And there's been a lot of questions about, especially after the assassination attempt, if his stance was going to change. And he just released a state. He had a kind of a State of the Union address the other day where he says, "So long as I am president, I will always protect your Second Amendment rights to keep and bear arms." And so it's an interesting thing, right? The guy got shot at, and he's still saying, we're gonna take care of you, man. So yeah, I think it's pretty good, and I think that works against the Democrats pretty good. So that's a problem, Cam the King. You know what? Here's the thing. I agree with you. But we're right there. We're right there, man. We're right there. Like, people just, I mean, dude, people have to be struggling, man. They have to be. It's, things are just expensive, man. And I mean, literally everything has risen in price. So yeah, I'm just telling you. Nick, you're in my Discord, man. Just ask one of the mods for it. So we kind of settled down from my little tirade there. Calm down a little bit, chill back out, we're going to chill out. I see the opposite, Cam. I see more men than ever saying that this is the end of it for them. They can't afford to pay their bills. They're constantly stressed about their car getting repossessed. They're getting kicked out of their house. For a lot of the men that I know, this is like they're having to ask their wives to go back to work. They're worried about their kids in schools. They're especially worried that their kids are being taught things that they don't want to be, do not want them to be taught, and see no reason for them to be taught. So while I would normally I would say that you're not wrong, right? Like I think that you can't. I think we all know that as long as people have food in their belly and work to go to the next morning, the revolution doesn't happen. But right now, man, it's getting really close. I mean, really close. So I could be wrong. I could be wrong. What's the chances of RFK dropping out of the race in 6 weeks, handing and endorsing Trump? Do you guys remember about it 7 months ago that Trump and RFK met like several times, and the press were all wound up about it because they thought that RFK was going to be the Trump's running mate? Does anybody remember that? I just have to feel like that, RFK's not, he doesn't have the backing that I think he thought he would right now. And the the libertarian or libertarian, excuse me to all your libertarians in my chat tonight, but the libertarian candidate, Chase, whatever the fuck his name is. Bruh, what did you guys do? Who can barely talk? Are we not men? I'm not sure. I'm not sure who you're talking about. Oh, yeah. RFK. Well, I mean, RFK, he's pretty hale and hearty, man. He's a pretty solid dude, to be honest. I like that video of him catching a snake in his driveway. That's pretty fucking rad, honestly. I don't know how old it is, but I like it. It's pretty rad. Yeah, I think this is right? Like, I'm not black pill either. I'm just telling you that right now it's tough getting tougher, and people are remembering what it was like when Trump was in the House. I'm just telling you. That's really all he has to keep saying. All he has to keep saying is remember when this was my house. Remember when I ran this shit? I ran this shit clean, bro. And you had money in your pocket. You were awesome. And now look at you. Look at you now. You're all busted up. Don't have any money. Pockets empty. Your belly's empty. Your gas tank's empty. Bitch, you empty. What the fuck? That's what Trump needs to just roll straight down with it. Ripping dead bears in the park and making it look like bicycle accident. Okay. Yeah, didn't he stage something? That's right. I remember that. Dropping, yeah. How did that Chase dude get to be the libertarian candidate? Come on. When you libertarians, you need to sack up and explain yourselves, because that guy's a fucking dope. On dope. Help me out here. Help me understand. RFK chose the dead bear. You know, Cam the King, the thing is that most people where I live have not been hit that hard because they're pretty self-reliant. They stick to a budget, you know, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, now they're starting to feel it because now they're, you know, just to get their groceries, they're running at a deficit, right? Can't do that. I think Callum McLeod has a point there. But I thought that bear was already dead, Arthur Daya. That's what's so funny. I think the bear was already dead. All right, we got somebody on. What's up, man? What's up, Nick? Nick froze. Oh, there he is. You got to select your mic. Go down to the mic thing. It looks like a mic. There's a little button next to it. Click that. Select your mic. Still not there. See where it says mute the microphone there? There's a little button next to it. Click that, and it's going to give you an option. Make sure your mic is selected. A lot of times, for some reason, if you haven't used this before, it selects like your.
How's that?
There you go. Now you're back.
All right.
Yeah, it's I have to walk people through this all the time because if you haven't used this software before, it selects some random ass mic on your usually like your headphones.
Right.
So, which you probably don't even have headphones on your computer right now. So,
Nah, not on live video. It kind of looks funny.
yeah, Arthur Daya, you weren't the only you had the exact same problem. So, I don't know what to tell you. Except he fixed it faster. Just saying. But if you were on a clock, yeah. So. All right. What's up, Nick? How have you been, man? Been a while since we talked.
Yeah, I've been pretty
Probably been
busy.
like 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, I've been pretty busy. I haven't been really going on streams too much.
I know. You seem to have taken a break.
Yeah, you know how it is on the YouTube front. So
Yeah.
sometimes just gotta take a break.
Sometimes you got to get away, man. It becomes like this big, like overwhelming amount of garbage.
Yeah, just even like I'm not a drama person, but I seem to get sucked into it somehow. I don't know why.
I'm in that same boat, man.
I'm getting sick of it, to be honest. So.
Yeah. It's interesting you say that because, I try to be like, and I'm not going to say that I'm live and let live. I definitely go after people I think are wrong. I will say things, but I don't do it I don't think I do it in a snide or weird way or in a way that could be interpreted to be insightful or inciting drama. Right. But if I call, I'm like, I've been fairly clear. If I have a problem with somebody, usually it's my solution generically is to just cut them out of my life and I just don't interact with you anymore. Right. I don't even put any more thought into it. But there are people on the internet, man. I'm like, the internet's a really big place. Why do you need to come over into my area? Go somewhere the fuck else. Right? Like it's a giant fucking place. Why are you in my backyard? Right? It's literally like you drove across state lines to come to camp out in my backyard. Why did you do that?
Yeah, because they're not known by you, so it's like a fresh start for them, right? Yeah. So then they can do everything that
it's really weird
did elsewhere.
Yeah. That's pretty interesting, man.
I find the big thing is people say one thing and then do another. So they say, this is me, this is what I represent, and then they just do another thing. Right? And then you kind of find it out third hand, right? That they're not the person that they say they are. So
that's true. What I like about, what's interesting to me is I'm exactly who I say I am and what I am. I met Roland, who had never met me before today. He shot a match with me today. Like I went down to Huntsville. He lives in Huntsville. I say, hey, I'm going to come down and shoot a match. You're welcome to come out. I'll loan you guns and everything. You can shoot a match with me. And that's exactly what happened.
Nice.
I got no bullshit, no drama. We didn't even record any video, man. It was just like, hey, Dad, we're just going to shoot a match. It's cool. Yeah. So I don't know. I tend to feel like that. I don't have a whole lot of things that are unique to me, but I'm exactly who and what I say I am. I don't embellish typically and anything like that. So
yeah.
But other people, I think, are their entire online. I have found that many people, their entire online persona is completely fucking fake. Like there's literally zero truth to what they put forward.
Right.
And so I think it eats at people. I think that when they see somebody that's real, they have a gut reaction that they have to take that shit down, right? Yeah, people love to LARP. That's what Chief Wahoo says. Chief Wahoo says people love to LARP. I don't LARP. I can't. My kid does. I make fun of my kid for LARPing all the time.
What does he LARP, like Civil War or what?
Just like
nerd stuff.
I don't know, man. Like he wears these black work boots, and they kind of look like combat boots, army boot, old style army boots. He wears those all the fucking time, and I'm like, dude, come on, it's not boot weather. You're not working in a factory, you know. You're not going on a forced march, you know. And I mean, he used to do like wear camouflage jackets and shit because he wanted, you know, he likes the military stuff, man. So,
right.
He wears if he has to have a water bottle, his preferred water bottle is a U.S. Army canteen. Yeah, I'm like, why you have a fucking Nalgene? Like, why don't you use the fucking Nalgene?
Sounds like
like everybody else has, right?
Why doesn't he join the military? It sounds like that's what he.
Oh yeah, no, he's constantly talking about it. He constantly wants to. So
that'd be cool. Hopefully,
Chief Wahoo, this account is 90% me and 10% retard, but I keep it anon. That's good. That's good. Yeah, that's good. I mean, if you can restrict yourself to 10% retard, you're ahead of the game. I'm going to be honest with you. So, Arthur Daya, I wore a white doctor coat all the time in college, which wasn't totally a stretch because we wore it in all the biology labs. Yeah, okay, you were a LARPer too. As if you were a doctor already and you grew into it, right? Yeah, okay, whatever. What else is going on, Nick? You've been out there doing battle with the evildoers and the people who don't understand the Bible properly.
Trying, yeah. They don't like to listen.
Oh, nobody likes to listen, except me. I like to listen. So
yeah. Oh, Jantix says this is the internet. If it gets to you, then it's not for you. Well, Jantix, sometimes it just finds you when you're not looking for it. So you got to deal with it.
I didn't see Jantix come in. Welcome, Jantix. I didn't see that. Or maybe she's on your, or maybe. Let's see what we got. Arthur Daya, my son's approach is very interesting now. So he does that when he's like, anytime he has to be outside for an activity, he's like total army guy. And then, but like when he goes to school, he's like 1920s dude. And I mean, he wears dress shoes and often dress boots, which you don't see much anymore. You got to find those. It's hard to find. I think we had them custom made last time. So he wears like Oxford boots, right? Dress Oxford boots. He wears slacks, a vest, and or a blazer, and a hat. Like I'm telling you, man, like he's total like, yeah, he's dapper. Exactly, he's exactly that, dapper. He is dapper. I don't know what he's dressing for. I don't believe that we can go back and he can't. I don't think he can be a Pinkerton detective or a. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be able to be Dick Tracy, but I mean he dresses like him. So But it's cool. I mean, he's sharp dressed, man. He gets like, and I'm not even kidding. We came back from the range today, and he's in range clothes, right? T-shirt, cargo pants. He disappears for a little while. I took a nap. I come out. I'm like, hey, he comes downstairs. I kid you not, he's wearing gray flannel trousers, a dress shirt, and a wool hunting vest, which is a very interesting Scottish vest. They're really interesting. So, just telling you, and that's his style. And I mean, I'm like, dude, why are you wearing that? Like, why are you? What are you doing? Where's your t-shirt and shorts, man? It's 80 freaking degrees outside. What's up with you? And he's like, I'm fine. It's cool.
Sounds like my brother.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he's awesome.
It sounds like my brother a little bit. Same idea. Combat boots, slacks. Like he'll like walk around with like a full face mask.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, it's like, fucking 90 degrees out. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
That's just who he is, right? So that's fine. Whatever.
Khalid, good to see you in the chat, man. Come back anytime, man. I do my schedule for the shows are pretty regular, so come by anytime. If he's dressed like a mature, intelligent, put together adult, yeah, he's gonna get respect. He looks like a grown up. I mean, you can ask Roland. I mean, he looks like a grown up. So this is what it is.
Is he into shooting like you?
Oh yeah, he shot the match today too.
No, I mean your son.
Oh yeah, he shot the match today.
Oh okay.
Yeah, he shot the match.
That's cool.
He's not as he needs to focus more, but I think that can be said of most 14-year-olds. It's a focus. So he wants he's been getting into online gaming, and he's got a Chromebook, which is not very good for online gaming. It's very slow,
Yeah, he needs
it may be an actual Windows laptop instead of a Chromebook. It doesn't matter.
He needs a Asus ROG Strix.
Yeah, you know what he needs is he needs to make really good grades. I told him, I'm like, look, if you do good the first half of the year, good grades, no tardies, no demerits, no nothing, I'll get you a gaming computer for Christmas, and like a good one too. Well, he loves my computer. My computer is ridiculous. So he loves it. He wants it bad. But and when I was going to retire this laptop and move to another one, he was like, "Oh yeah, that'd be great." But I haven't yet. So
yeah, I mean, I got a Asus ROG Strix, and it's better. It's better than my tower. So, I mean, I use it for everything.
Yeah, I run a MSI Raider GE75, and it's like way overkill for like everything I do. Yeah, but it's really cool.
And when I was like, oh, I'm gonna get involved in the streaming community, blah blah blah, so I'll buy a new laptop, and like totally way overboard with what I needed, right? But it's fine. Like, if I want to play Modern Warfare 3 on the PC, it's going to work, right? So,
yeah. And I told him that I would move my simulator rig back into the house and put it in the upstairs, in the what we call the big room upstairs, and then he could play, like, because so I've got 40-inch screens in front and down the sides.
Nice.
For my flight simulator rig. And I told him that I'd move it back inside. It's fine. No big deal. So, but first he has to make the grades, right?
Yeah, for sure. don't get something for nothing, right? So
that's exactly, yeah, right. That's how life works, and he has to do that.
Your camera's pretty kick-ass, Grid. What are you running for a camera?
I'm running a Panasonic Lumix G100.
Nice. What do those run? Do you mind me asking?
$600.
Woo! Damn, bro.
Well, I mean, it's a micro 3/4, so the camera was 600 and the lens 300, 400, something like that. But when I got into this, I'm like, I had a Anchor cam, which was great. I mean, I actually had no qualms with it. It did really good. But it's really hard to get the color and the tones and all that. It was good, but it wasn't that good. So I went with so I started doing research on it, and I had started to get the Lumix G5, which is like $1,500. But the problem is I don't like buying things I don't know how to use. And the G5 was just too advanced. It had too much cool shit that it could do that I couldn't. I don't think I would take the time to learn to use. Right? Like that's why I don't buy like there's some things that are like you would just buy just to buy it. Like I understand how to use this camera. I understand the autofocus. I understand I understand like 90% of what the camera does. With the G5, it does so many cool things. I was like, yeah, I'll end up touching something the wrong way, and I won't be able to. I'll have to reset the whole fucking thing to make it work right. So I didn't like that. Yeah. 13 says MSI has made badass laptops longer than Asus. They regularly made SLI X-Fire until it wasn't supported. Yeah, I mean, I like this laptop. It's heavy as fuck. Like you would not want to carry this thing to class. I'm just telling you right now. It's got like 2 fans or 3 fans in it, and it's got a whole ductwork under there, and all kinds of cool shit. It's heavy as fuck. But
yeah, I actually 13 was going to get an MSI. I was looking into one for this one, but this one was a better deal, and
the Asus are lighter. Yeah, and I think they have better battery life.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. I mean, if you're playing a game, like your laptop's gonna die probably. In like,
you don't care about battery life, right? Like, right? I just need it to last long enough to go from here to inside where I can plug it back in.
Right.
Yeah. That's right. I see you in there, little podcast reacts, man. What's up, Beans? Good to see you out there. I apologize. We get to talk and we'll just keep rolling. But thanks everybody for stopping in, man. I know you guys are having a great time tonight. So,
geez,
time tonight.
Anthony's sure milking that footlong.
I know. Well, he may have other stuff going on. He's got some complicated stuff going on in his life, so that's fine.
For sure.
Yeah.
So what do you think about this Miss Kamala situation?
The which one?
Miss Kamala. Oh. She's not giving interviews, not answering reporters' questions.
I think that this is her version of in the running her. Whoa! Oh, he went off camera. Okay.
I'm just gonna smoke.
Yeah, gotcha. I think this is her version of campaigning from the basement. And I think it's meant to kind of make the. I think it's meant to make everyone think that she's doing better than she is without being able to prove that she's not doing better than she is. They did just do this. Supposedly, they did a rally in Vegas today that was I guess they said they sold out the T-Mobile Arena there, which, I mean, maybe, but there's conflicting photographs, right? Like, there's photographs with like a lot of empty seats, and then there's photographs with like no, standing room only. So how do you know?
Yeah, like
how do
they
you know?
don't. The Dems don't have crowds like the
So,
Republicans. Like it's just not.
Mister, I have to ask, because look, I try and follow the news as closely as I can. I don't see everything. I thought she challenged Trump to a debate and said that he backed down.
No, she wants a debate on ABC, and he wants a debate on Fox. And in my opinion, Trump has already done a debate on the left's choice, which was CNN. Right? So now it's Trump's turn. And if she wants to do another one, then they can do one on ABC. But they should give Trump, the option to have one done on the channel he likes.
I'm going to take the unpopular position that it doesn't fucking matter, because I don't think the country gives a shit about the debate. They should, but I don't think they do.
It's just a good way for Trump to expose what Kabbalah is to people, right?
It's a good way to make her look like an idiot, which will energize his base, but it's not going to change anyone's opinion of her, which is what the debates were originally designed to do. The idea was that they could debate the issues in good faith, and most, if you could look back through the most presidential elections, they did. And so then people's opinions were changed in those debates. And now it's a fucking joke.
Yeah, I agree. I just honestly, as I beat up Canadians, so it doesn't matter to me who does what, who wins. But it does matter to me who wins, to be honest. But
you're Canadian?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, from
I liked you.
Hey man, I'm a brother behind enemy lines, man.
Yeah, you're definitely behind enemy lines.
I sympathize with the Americans. Whatever happens there matters to Canada as well. We rely a lot on each other, more so Canada on the U.S. The population is rather large.
Yeah, I get that.
Anyway,
there's some interesting economic things about Canada that have happened over the past few years. Arthur Daya, you know why this is because all of her advisors said that the people that are going to come to her website are in a couple of different groups, but the largest group is the YouTuber group, and that's all they expect to see. They don't expect to see policy positions. They don't expect to see anything. They expect to see a bio and a donation link, and that's it. And so they give them exactly what they want and nothing more. Because it's YouTuber generation. As obviously, I'm here on YouTube right now. So, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, Nick.
Yeah, no problem. You're running the show. All good.
Yeah,
I just think that basically the debates are just a form of entertainment for me. Yeah, because it doesn't matter what I think, right? So, but I like Trump, and I'm hoping that Trump wins, and then in 2025, Canada will return Canada to a conservative country.
How did Trudeau stay in against PRP?
Pierre is running, and he's running for 2025.
Oh, okay. I thought he was running for
the guy that was in before was, that was the opposition before. He just didn't have it.
I hope you guys get PRP. I know he's got some problems, but he seems better than what you have currently.
Oh yeah, by far.
Yeah,
by far. I mean, the real party that's fighting back in Canada is a smaller party. It's called the PPC. It's the People's Party of Canada. They're more like Trump, right? Like say no to the UN, stop messing around with Russia, stop pissing off China, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Limit immigration, right? Because immigration has made a housing crisis here, right? Trudeau's opened the floodgates like Kamala. So yeah, we're hoping things are going to change in 2025, and Canada and the U.S. will actually get along, because Trump's not going to get along if Trudeau wins again, right? He's not going to get along with Trudeau. We don't like Trudeau.
Well, I think Trump might, since he doesn't have to worry about election, he might actually kick Trudeau where his balls should be. Trump's feisty, man. He's feisty.
He is. Which
is a good thing.
Well, he says it
Michigan like Christian. You should come up and chat.
He says things like they are, and weak people don't like it. They can't handle it. They can't handle the truth.
That is absolutely true.
We need that. Video. You can't handle the truth.
That's funny. Yeah, Discord is dumb. Discord is not dumb. I just sent you the right link. What do you do in Canadian land, Nick?
What do I do?
Yeah,
I have a business.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I have a painting business.
House painting, art painting.
Yeah, house painting, commercial.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's good.
I got like 2 employees.
Nice.
Yeah. It's pretty good. It pays the bills.
Canadian land is an interesting deal because there's a lot of what is it? What would you call it? So there's a lot of timber that used to come out of Canada, but the Canadians decided to buy forest timberland throughout the southeast, and that worked out okay. But then they decided, and this is very interesting global economics kind of shit. They actually have pine produced in, like, I think it's Brazil or somewhere in South America. And it's the best pine in the world. It's straightest, has the best grain structure, the least knots, all of that, because something to do with the soil and all of that, right?
Yeah.
And so you're buying it from a Canadian company. The wood is grown and harvested in South America somewhere, shipped to the South, Louisiana, Gulf, whatever the fuck it is, Gulf Shores, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, wherever. Shipped into the Gulf, where it comes up through the South and sold for home building from and it's all for Canadian companies.
But it's not coming from Canada? Is that what you're saying?
Doesn't come from Canada. It used to come from Canada. Canada used to cut trees in Canada and ship them across the border. Mm-hmm. But the taxes on both sides were so high that it was nuts, right?
Well, I know Trump in his last term there, he put tariffs on any lumber coming in from Canada. Like there was a battle going on.
Yeah, he did that again because they've been removed, and I think, at the end of Obama's administration. But for a long time, the tariffs coming in were so high. That's why they started buying property down in the South. Plus, it just costs a lot of money and fuel and everything ship the wood from Canada to the south or to the east or wherever. Man, it's just
Well, actually, a lot of our old growth, which is unfortunate, is going to the UK.
The UK? Yeah,
they have no trees there, so
that's true.
they got rid of them hundreds of years ago.
That is true. They turned it all into bowling lawns.
Yeah, so they basically heat their homes and cool their homes. I don't know about cooling, but I know they heat their homes with like pellets.
Yes.
Right. So all those pellets come from here, basically in British Columbia. So, and yeah, I mean, we could get into that. It's a whole other thing, but yeah.
No, I just it's an interesting thing, you know.
Yeah, like I had no clue that they were doing what you were saying.
It's very interesting because the world. If you ask someone where does southern pine, you know, or where does the best southern pine come from, they'll say, yeah, probably Louisiana. You know, grows fast, good climate, good soil, all of that.
Right.
But no, it all comes from South America, and most of it is owned by Canadian companies. It's weird. What's up, Michigan Christian? How are you tonight?
Hey, bud. Pretty good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can turn you up a little bit, but you're probably either too far away from your mic or you need to turn your mic up a little bit.
Let me check here.
I could have my volume down too. Let me. I turn my volume down a lot, and I think people are muted when I just have the volume turned down.
Streamlabs is showing it's okay. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah, no, you're good.
Cool.
I just have my volume turned way down. That's all.
Just got back from the races, and not as many.
Race?
Well, they had the sprint cars doing the main highlight of the night, so that was pretty fun.
Sprint cars.
Yeah, it's the ones with the 90-degree angle fins. They're small, real fast.
Oh yeah. The
what do they I don't know if they call them fast cars.
They're the ones that are basically sideways all the time on dirt, right?
No. This is pavement.
Pavement.
Yeah, let me pull it up actually.
Interesting.
I'll pull up some pictures, but they had some 4-cylinder races and some late model. So
okay. You're talking about
circle
like
track.
Yeah, circle track. Gotcha. I gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Yep. Yeah, I've been trying to catch up with you for a while. It's your streams end right when I get out of work, so I rush home every day thinking I'm going to catch them this time, and then right as I get home.
Well, I keep a schedule too. It's really strange. Somebody showed up the other night, like literally as I was shutting down. I delayed for a couple of minutes, but I was like, nope, I got to go. Bedtime. So
I admire your rigorous schedule keeping.
I try. Well, I now go long. Like if we're having a really great conversation, and I am not like the night streams are tough because I'm just tired, right? Like I drove 2 hours to Alabama, shot a match, drove 2 hours back, did like a 30-minute nap, grabbed a shower, and now I'm here, right? So,
Nick, we've never met. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, man.
What's the TBT in your name?
Oh, that's just my YouTube channel, The Vengeful Truther.
Okay.
The Vengeful Truther.
Yeah.
He is a Christian non-apologist. He does not apologize.
I don't think that's what that means.
He does not apologize. What kind of content are you putting out now, Nick?
I'm not really doing much. I did a video with I was telling you I did a video with Cheeks, Kat, and Damon. It was pretty fun. But like I said, I have a business, so it's hard to find the time.
Yeah. And you're in Canada.
And I'm a Canadian. Yeah.
What?
Are you in Toronto?
British Columbia,
Okay.
kind of near Vancouver.
Oh wow, so you're way over there. Okay. Not near Michigan.
Yeah, it's much nicer out here, quieter.
You got a lot of French people out there.
I guess
Not
that's
really.
association with those wild Europeans.
Not a lot of French out here. No. Yeah, Josie's Canadian too, isn't she?
Yeah, she's Canadian, but she lives in LA now.
Oh, that's unfortunate for her.
Yeah, I think so. She's mad. Well, she's not mad. I blocked her on Discord and pretty much everywhere else because I didn't want to deal with her anymore. And she's
She needs to learn the hard way.
Sorry?
She needs to learn the hard way.
I was telling him earlier, I don't know if you heard it, when I understand why people want like to instigate drama because they believe it brings views and all of that, but for me I would just rather not. And so when I have a problem with somebody, it's not like if Nick and I had an argument and we couldn't solve it. It's not that I would go into his stream constantly and antagonize him or be a dick. I would just not talk to him. And if he and tried, that's just the way it is.
I've only talked to Josie one time, and it was either on Glenn's or your channel. I can't remember. I think it was yours. And all she did was rag about how I had no icon and how I shouldn't be on the stream. And I'm like, nice to meet you too.
Yeah, I can't. I'm not going to get into any of this stuff because it's not, it's not productive at all. So,
yeah.
But
if I ever had a problem with Grid or anybody that was a host,
yeah,
I wouldn't go and try to mess up their channel. And some people do this for a livelihood, right? So, I'm all about not taking food off people's table, right? So. But at the same time, I would go to your DM. That's where I would. I'd say, hey, we can either message.
I shut that down. So.
Yeah, we can jump in a video call, or a voice chat call, whatever. Like, let's talk about it because I got a problem with it.
Yeah, there's that.
I just won't. Right? I just leave it.
Right. Or you just shut down and be like, hey, we didn't know each other before. We don't know each other now. That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Like I didn't grow up with these people, so it's fine. But here's the thing, and it doesn't matter who it is. I had a incident first part of the week, and I don't care, right? Like I have the supreme ability to just not care, 100% across the board. I just don't care. And so I just think I just don't like the drama. I don't like the content farming, right? Like if I went onto your stream, Nick, as a guest, I'd be very polite as I normally am. And we would talk about what you wanted to talk about. I wouldn't dominate the conversation.
Right.
And I would because I guess in a way you're looking at it as that would be your house. If I'm in your house, I respect your house, right? And if I invite you over here, there's no gotcha here. I'm not setting you up to bring something to bear against you or bring in somebody that you don't like and put them up here in front of your face so that you have a uncomfortable moment or whatever. And there's a lot of that shit out there, dude.
Oh man, yeah, I was just thinking that when you said that. I was like, wow, like that's going on. There's all of that's going on right now.
The drama and the content farming and the bad clips, right? Like if you're gonna do a clip, right? Like make it something cool and something funny, or something that grabs you and is interesting, right? Like I released my first 3 or 4 clips this week, and they're from a thing that I did in Vegas. and they're more shorts than clips, but whatever. And they're just excerpts from the show that I did while I was out there. They're great. They don't attack anybody. I'm not making fun, or at least other creators, right? Like I don't go after other creators. I don't shit in their house. I don't try and beat them up or anything like that. And I personally find it distasteful, right? Like that's not what I'm here to do. And that may be me being naive, or I may not be able to build a larger base based on it. I may not be able to grow much larger because I'm not willing to crawl around in the mud. And you know what? That's totally cool. I don't care, because I know I have a specific outlook for myself in the way that I want to do things. And I would think that Nick would have a very specific way he wants to do things. And well, Michigan Christian, you don't have a channel yet, but if you did, I'm sure that you would as well, right? So, and that's what that's all I'm saying.
I actually don't see myself getting a channel because I'm not really. It's not really my thing, I like coming on and talking to you, and it is a lot of work. And I got a job, I got a career, I got hobbies. I'm involved in politics. There's other avenues for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'll do a stream when I have the time, and if I think of something good to talk about, right? Like, I really wanted to talk to Cheeks, man, because he's just a character, and I just noticed the things that he was saying in the chats and stuff. So I wanted to have a chat with him, and I know Kat. I just wanted to have a chat with Cheeks and Kat.
Oh yeah.
See where that all went. So that was pretty fun. Nice little hour and a half chat about Cheeks.
Yeah,
right. So.
Yeah. Last night, I guess the Brits or the boys, I don't know who got out of hand the most, but they got Kat a channel strike last night.
What?
Yeah, right. That's what I said. I was like, "You really got a channel strike?" Like, yeah.
Dang.
I forget what she said. It was funny though. It was
as in Kat that's on here.
Yes, the one that's normally on. Yeah, she comes on.
The silent, kind, friendly Kat got a strike.
I don't know. I don't know. As a matter of fact, I think she's probably better off not doing my show, because when she does her own show with her husband and the English guy and the Irish guy,
yeah,
it's a good show. It's funny, She's much more relaxed and lighthearted, and I think it's a better show than what she does here. But I asked her, I'm like, did you get a strike?
I think you froze up a little, Grid. Yeah, Grid froze up a little bit.
It's frozen right now.
Grid, you got to turn it off, turn it back on again. They finally come for you.
Yeah, his internet's been struggling the last 5 minutes, it seems.
DDoS attack.
What the heck happened there? I'm not really sure what happened there.
I don't know. Everybody else was fine. It was just you were frozen.
Yeah, you were getting a little choppy there. Your camera was getting a little choppy right before you.
That was weird. Oh, so earlier today, I was gone. I was out. I was down in Alabama, but I get a thing on my phone. It says that my service provider has repaired something in the neighborhood, and it's fine. Right, it's all fine now. So I get home, and the first thing I notice is like everything is freaking slow. So I thought, it's my gear. So I rebooted everything, and then since then it's been pretty terrible. It's been It's
The
been very
FBI put a trap on your line. That's all.
probably. It's probably my upload speed is probably really low because of all of the spiders or whatever that they use to track my show. It's funny. True. That's funny.
So yeah, Kat, she got a strike, so she's pretty upset, or what?
No, I don't know that she's upset. I think she thinks it's funny, but yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know that Kat. I like Kat being on the show, and she has some good takes from time to time. But lately, she's been like really quiet, and I don't think that she particularly cares about the political.
Yeah.
She doesn't care about talking about religion. She doesn't really care about talking about economics or finance or guns. I mean, that's weird, but
so pretty much everything you talk about.
Pretty much most of the stuff I talk about, and so when she first came in, I was doing a lot more relationship stuff. But there's only so much you can talk about in relationship. So with the, when we talk about relationship stuff, she's pretty good, but I don't know. I may have to. It may be better for her if she becomes more of a like recurring guest and just come. When we talk about relationship stuff and that kind of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, I know she's pretty quiet when you're talking about man stuff, right? So
yeah, yeah, right. So when we talk about man stuff, she just shuts up, right? I seriously think she's playing solitaire, right? It's like she's pulling a Brian and just sitting there playing solitaire while we rattle on.
At least she hasn't cracked any chips.
Yeah, it's just funny.
I think it definitely is
wild. Like if you watch her on her own stream, she's pretty nuts.
I do think it's the type of content.
Yeah,
I think you could get her engaged if you planned the content to do so.
Yeah, she's quite entertaining when she gets going.
Yeah,
her and her husband are pretty funny.
Yeah, right. Again, I think that that's when she's just talking about and I think part of it is that it's hard to talk about content that she wants. And look, I get this too, right? Like if she has content she wants to do on her show, it's hard to do it on my show and then do it again on her show, right? Whatever. But I mean, it's fine. I'm good with whatever. I don't really care.
Yeah, I think having guests is something that you got to kind of research a little bit, make sure that what the topic that you're talking about is going to interest them, right?
Yeah. Arthur Dyer, this is possible. It is possible that she's just, I mean, she is very respectful, so she doesn't want to necessarily disagree with me on my own channel. That's actually very likely, actually.
Yeah, it's probably both.
So, which is fine. Again, look, this is no harm, no foul. This is just simply, it is what it is, So, no anger, nothing. So, and I think the day streams are rough for her. I think she likes the idea of doing the day stream, but since it's almost always just politics and money, because that's what people at work want to listen about, right? You want to hear about what's going on in the world today.
Well, I mean, she gets to stay at home all day and take care of the house and take care of the kid. And
yeah.
So I mean, like, let's say that's like not always a super busy day, right? So getting onto a stream and buying some time is probably, she likes doing that, right? Even though she's quiet, it kind of keeps her busy.
Oh
right?
yeah, I don't think she's mad about it. I think
no.
Yeah. Indeed. So Michigan Christian, you went to the races tonight. How was that?
Yeah, it was pretty good. Not as many accidents as last night. Different venue, but it rained a little bit out of nowhere, so they had to dry the track, and it was pretty good though. I always like going to the races. I never used to go very much, but I prefer to go to the races now just because they seem to be the least woke sport. They're patriotic. I can wear a Trump shirt there and get 20 compliments before I even get to the top of the bleachers. And it's like you go to a baseball game and they got Pride Night. It's like, what the heck? So, I've started to appreciate racing more, and yeah. I'm not a racing expert. Certainly never raced any vehicles, but out of all the sports to choose from, I think racing is underappreciated.
I think it is now for sure. Yeah.
And I think the women that are there are a little less feminist.
A little less feminine?
Yeah. No, less feminist.
Feminist.
More feminine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Better quality. As long as they're not inbred.
Do you have a lot of that in Michigan?
No. That was a joke. No, there's
that hasn't been a problem for a while now. That's weird. I don't know where that came out.
That's because lefties don't like that shit. They don't like loud fucking noises with racing.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Honestly, for any woman that is looking for conservative men, it'd be my advice to go to racetrack. It's like there's not a whole lot of soy boys and leftists there. Won't take you long to find a guy.
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna say, dude?
So I do a lot of airplane stuff. I did a lot of racing stuff, and there's very few leftists in racing because it's all money. And I mean, it's liquid money. You're just pouring that shit in there. But every now and again, you find one. I actually there was a New York Democrat, and I called him my favorite liberal, my one liberal friend, and I hope he's still alive. He's a good dude, but he was a school teacher, liberal, the whole deal. New York, all of it. But he'd been racing for years and years and years. And then I had I went to buy an airplane from a guy, and out of fucking Nebraska somewhere, I think, or somewhere in the nowheresville that from between, Illinois and Colorado, right? Like there's that whole swath of Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, all that shit. And I went to buy an airplane from this guy, and he seemed like really chill. And then we started talking, and I was just kind of talking like normal, like my normal self. And then I figured out that he was a liberal, and not just a liberal, a big time liberal. And then I've had to watch what I say around him since then because I don't want to hurt his sensitive feelings. But you literally think a guy that has built a freaking airplane from scratch, put all that work in, would not be a leftist.
That is amazing.
But he is a leftist. And it just shot. And like when we show up, when he goes to a fly-in, he's like, when we go to a fly-in, he's like usually the only leftist there. Maybe one or two. He's the only guy there that's like not saying, that's not yelling, "Go Trump, go Trump." He's like the only one.
What state is he from?
So it's pretty funny though, right? Like
what state is he from?
I don't know, Nebraska, Kansas, somewhere like there. So
Well, a lot of elites are liberal.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of rich elites. So I'm not.
If they
I don't
own
even quite
small
understand.
airplanes, they own big airplanes.
Yeah. Or the companies.
Yeah, they own companies on airplanes. So we were talking about it, like the airplane I was going to buy from, I think he wanted 10 grand for, and I couldn't believe that it never sold. But I think part of the reason why it never sold is because people figured out he was liberal, and they just didn't want to buy it from him. I'm seriously, I'm not lying. I really think that he was discriminated against because he was a liberal. He should file a lawsuit because he was discriminated against. Nobody wanted to buy his airplane.
Yeah.
But he had this airplane for sale, and I have one right on the other side of that wall. It's called a Viking Dragonfly, and it was set up almost exactly like I wanted it. And he wanted 10 grand for it, and I was like, yeah, I probably ought to buy that. It needed some work. I mean, it wasn't like, it in theory could be flown, but you would need to do a couple of days work before you'd want to go there. And he had built this, or was in a process of finishing this Cozy Mark IV, which he had bought when they were really cheap, and now they're selling ones like, I think the cheapest one you could get into is probably in the mid 60s, 60, 70 grand. And so he got lucky there. And but when I was talking to him about it, I was like, yeah, something weird about this guy. So I kind of like creeped his Facebook page, and because he was in a Facebook group with me. So I kind of like checked out his Facebook page and some of the posts and stuff. I'm like, holy shit, this guy is a hardcore liberal. So that's probably wrong. It's weird because literally, like, he'll come to a fly-in and people are wearing Trump shirts. They have flags and hats and all that and he's like the only guy.
Imagine how pissed off he gets.
Imagine how alone he feels. That's what I feel like all the time. So funny.
Probably has support groups online that he gets on.
Probably does. But yeah, he definitely has an echo chamber when he posts stuff. People are just there, just telling him how great he is.
Probably gets on there and he's like, I had to hang out with these freaking MAGA guys all day. It was the worst, guys.
I think it would be bad for him to complain about hanging out with a bunch of dudes at the at an airplane fly-in, right? I flew my toy in, and there were all these other guys with toys, but we didn't believe in the same thing. I think that's probably bad for him.
Oh, yeah. For sure. Did he make his money some other way, or was it through the same method?
I don't remember what he told me he did. I think he's
probably a recreational pot facility owner or something.
I could be wrong, but I kind of think that he is I kind of feel like he's a teacher of some kind. I could be wrong, but we'll see. I think he's mostly leftist because his wife is like ridiculously leftist.
Oh yeah, that makes sense too. I support women. Does he have any kids, or did he kill those?
I don't think he's got any kids.
Yeah, he's probably they probably had several abortions, and he just doesn't want to admit that he's a murderer.
Yeah.
A lot of people get stuck up on that.
Let's see what this is.
Yeah, based the ultimate simp.
Yeah, well, how many people know guys that are basically ambivalent politically, and then they get a girlfriend that's like super liberal. Yeah, he worked for Minnesota State University, so I think he's actually
Oh yeah, university. There's no liberals there.
Yeah. Why would he not be? Yeah. Yep. He now lives in Minnesota.
Minnesota,
Minnesota.
They got a strange accent. You know, we get some of that from Michigan, and I don't know. They got some weird things you can pick up on that you can identify them as a Minnesotan. I think it's Minnesotan. I think that's how you say it. They don't usually say A like the Canadians, but they say certain letters with emphasis that you don't hear anywhere else.
Yeah, about the boot.
A boot.
Yeah, that's more East Coast.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely we have a.
Well, no, I'm saying for Minnesotans, they have a couple letters that they emphasize a little heavily in certain words, and I can pick up on them just from being from Michigan. We encounter Minnesotans every now and then, and you can usually remember the.
Don't you know?
Words. No, that's just Canadians.
Only Canadians say that.
We got people from Toronto and stuff.
No,
and
we don't say "don't you know."
No,
that's a Minnesota thing.
The oot and the boot thing is pretty, especially oot. I don't know if you ever heard of Linus Tech Tips.
Out and about.
That channel. he does IT.
I don't know.
And he's always saying oot. I catch him with that accent, but yeah, it's fun to tease Canadians. So, Grid, anything interesting in politics you want to talk about? I know it's the evening.
You're late. We started that early.
Oh, it's never too late to talk about politics, though.
Yeah, we already started. We went through like the whole thing, man.
Ah,
what do you think about Trump's? What do you think about Trump's new, or not new, but his latest comments on his 2A stance after getting shot in the ear?
Oh, I didn't hear it. I actually haven't been watching the news as much lately. I must not have heard that. What did he say?
He hasn't changed his opinion. As long as he's president, he will support the Second Amendment.
Yeah, I heard him say that that he worked really hard to get the NRA support, which is kind of laughable. I did hear. I think I heard you and what's his name talking about the NRA last night or the night before. And yeah, it's kind of laughable, but Trump learned his lesson the first time, and I think he's wised up a little bit. But yeah, I am glad to hear that he's not going to do anything. I think that speaks a lot to the media coverage. You know, usually when you see something happen with weapons, the media, the Democrats say we never let a crisis go to waste, and the media is a tool for that. And the fact that Trump shot that down is great. I love to hear that.
I think that there was some. The problem with Trump and the Democrats were, or pardon me, the Trump and the guns was he trusted the NRA, which is stupid.
Yeah,
should never do that. I do have Kamala's latest campaign ad in. Just want to throw this up there, show you guys Kamala's.
Oh no!
So they're renaming this Kamala Mountain.
That's awesome.
Just explains how she got her job.
That's so bad. Is that edited at all, or does that actually?
No, that is an actual. It's an actual rock formation. Actually, I think maybe they added a little bit to the back right here. That looks added, but the rest of it is an actual rock formation.
Wow.
I'm gonna rename this Kamala Mountain. So,
besides the way that looks very dangerous. Like it would, like it's ready to fall down.
The Willie Brown Memorial. That's awesome. I just thought,
The Montel statue.
Yeah.
That was his name, right? The talk show dude that
Montel Williams,
she was dating. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. While she was married and she was getting banged by Willie Brown, who pimped her out to Montel Williams.
Oh, I didn't know that.
While she's married, yeah. I mean, I don't know what. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever.
Yeah.
So, that's anyway. I just that's just wanted to make sure that we all understood where we're going in this.
Did you talk about the stolen valor? Talk about the vice president pick.
You mean JD Vance?
No, for Kamala's vice Wills.
Oh
or whatever
no, that guy is such a fucking tool.
Yeah, he is. He's actually an extremist. But did you hear about the stolen valor claims about him?
Well, I know that he did not actually go to Afghanistan.
Right. Yep.
Or Iraq. It was Iraq, not Afghanistan. I mean, it's
somebody came out. Somebody under his command did an interview with Megyn Kelly earlier today, and it's on her channel. Anybody can go and watch it on YouTube. And basically, she interviewed him, and he was basically calling Wills a deserter, which may be a little bit hyperbole, but essentially, what I picked up from the conversation is that he just resigned right when they were going to send him and his company over there, and left them hanging. And but yeah, he goes into detail about what happened, and he's not well respected by the people that were under him, from what I understand, which says a lot, especially as the potential commander in chief. So, will the Democrats care? Will the voters care? Probably not. Maybe some independents will.
Be joking if you think they're going to care.
Some of the independents might, and this is why it's important, because they picked him supposedly for the independent voters in the swing states, and in that case, it may matter some, but only if it's advertised to them, and the media will not do that.
So you just have to keep in mind that this is the kind of voter that we're dealing with. Okay. So just there you go.
Yep.
I put.
Yep.
Right.
Uh-huh.
So that's the kind of voter that we're dealing with, guys. It's the same guy. It's the same guy. The same degenerate.
Who is this? Sorry.
No, I'm just saying it. You look at. We have degenerates that put Pornhub on the programmable refrigerators at Home Depot, right? Like that's the kind of people we're dealing with, guys.
These people are voting blue.
Yeah, that guy votes blue. Guaranteed.
Yeah, for sure. Probably Destiny.
Everybody's like, not gonna lie, it's pretty funny.
It is kind of funny, but
yeah.
I used to work in retail, and people used to do some stuff like that all the time.
It would be even funnier if it was an endless loop of Trump calling out everybody.
That would be good. Or JD Vance with the cat lady comment in a loop.
Oh yeah, the cat.
he had a good rally there.
Whoa! I didn't realize it. So wait, he was a command sergeant major?
Who?
No.
Wills?
Waltz.
Or Walls, whatever. Yeah. I don't know what he was specifically, but he was definitely in charge of quite a bit of people.
Well, he retired as a master sergeant. That's not a command sergeant major. That's like two totally different things.
Is he saying he was a command sergeant major?
Well, you can't be a command sergeant major if you are a master. If you retire at a master sergeant.
I don't know nothing about any of that.
That's pretty fucked up.
All I know is you say that you basically say that you went to Iraq or Afghanistan and you didn't. That's and you resign when they're going to send you over before that. I mean, both of those things say a lot, in my opinion.
Well, he's a tool belt, so
yeah,
whatever. Old Joe, you can thank Jess and or Shelby from last night. Hey, John Mosman, you ought to come up here too. We can get all the Christians in one place. We can get all of the people who beat upon the degenerates in one place and go to town. You can also explain how you libertarians have that Chase dude as your candidate. You could explain that.
Every time, and this, you were talking about libertarians the other day. I don't know if it was with Glenn or somebody else. And every time somebody talks about libertarians, so I got a little beef with libertarians, okay? I do Republican politics. Now, in college, to be fair, not about maybe 4 years ago, whatever, I was in a libertarian group and I was in a conservative group and I was in an NRA group. And there was a lot of overlap. We had people in all three groups because the conservatives were also libertarian leaning. And of course, in that NRA group, you have people that are libertarian leaning conservatives. So it all makes sense. The problem is you could distinctly tell the libertarians would not come to the conservative groups, and every time we'd hang out with them, it's always about, oh, we want our weed, we want,
they're just conservatives that want to smoke pot.
Right. Well, they're conservatives without morals, essentially. They're economic conservatives, but they're not socially conservative.
They're socially conservative as far as their guns are concerned.
Right.
Arthur Daya, where is Anson? Anson went to sleep. He's in a food coma. So he'll roll out of bed sometime next week going, oh, man, I'm supposed to do something.
But, and even Anson has said, and this is a typical argument that libertarians make, is, well, I don't want to vote for the better of two candidates. I want to vote for a candidate I like. Well, you're never going to find the perfect candidate. And if you don't vote, you're just hurting your cause. So I don't understand this argument. I hate this argument. And as somebody who is involved in Republican politics, it's extremely frustrating because we divide ourselves. We don't unite like the left does. And you got these libertarians who very well could vote for you. They just don't. And they're obstinate. And they're just like, no, they don't support my weed, or, oh, they're too Christian. They want to implement their morals. And it's like, stop. You're letting the left in. And here in Michigan, this happened. We got wiped by the Democrats the last election. Now we're stuck with a horrible governor and attorney general. And it's like, you realize what you've just done essentially is ruin the state because you had too much pride to vote Republican, essentially. And we picked great people. I was involved as a precinct delegate, and we picked great people on the ballot. And no, we didn't win. And this happens a lot. I talk to people all the time. Well, I don't like Trump, or I don't like the fact that you don't want any abortion. There should be some abortion, or whatever the case may be. And Anson was one of the people saying, well, I don't want to. And don't get me wrong, I like Anson. I'm not picking on him necessarily, but this happens a lot.
I'll pick on him. Don't worry, I got it.
It's like it super frustrates me when people are like, oh, well, they're not. I'm going to go vote libertarian. Essentially, what I'm hearing is I'm going to go waste my vote because I want to be so principled that I'm going to spend the next 4 years saying, well, I didn't vote for him, so you can't attack me. It's a safety position.
Okay. Let me throw this out there. Just so I can be contrarian. I like being contrarian. So first of all, I think libertarians are cowards.
Yeah.
They refuse to choose a side, and a lot of times they say that they, well, okay, I shouldn't, maybe cowards, too strong a word. I think they're afraid to pick a side because they're afraid to be wrong.
Yeah.
And and Mosman, you should get up here. Dang it, boy. Come on now.
Oh, man, why is that sideways?
I don't know. I didn't do it. I didn't do that. I mean, maybe I did. Let's see.
By the way, I'd like to take this moment to congratulate.
I just uploaded the picture.
Oh,
I'm going to take this moment to congratulate myself on winning an election again as a precinct delegate. I ran uncontested this time, so it doesn't really feel like a good congratulations.
Not really a win, right? Just kind of a.
But that's the thing. Well, that's the thing, right? Like, people complain all the time too about how the Republican Party this, the Republican Party that. What do you do?
Right.
What do you do except sit there and complain? And especially the ones that don't vote. But even if you do vote, what do? Do you donate to the good candidates? Do you help support them? Do you knock doors for them? Do you run as a precinct delegate in your state? No. You just sit there and complain. Do something. Super frustrating.
So I think that most of the libertarians that I've had any kind of contact with, they basically fall back on three things. One, that the Republicans are ineffective and haven't been able to get anything done for the last 50 years, and there's continuous creep of legislation and more rules and more laws and blah blah blah. Okay, it's fair. We'll address that in a minute. The second thing that they almost always, not always, but almost always say is that the Republicans are just as corrupt as the Democrats, and they can prove it because the Republicans have voted time and again to limit drug usage, they backed the establishment of the controlled substances list and laws, and they've effectively made what the libertarians think should be available to anyone, handed out and very selectively. And then the last thing that almost without fail that they will bring up is the fact that Republicans are generically Christian, and inherently that skews their voting in a Christian way, and they will vote with other Christians, even if they think it's wrong, and a bunch of other nonsense. And so, and Andrew, I've watched Andrew fight this a couple of times now. He does a really good job of doing something it had never occurred to me to do, and that is asking libertarians very simply, would the world not be better if run under Christian morals? And I say, well, no, we don't want to organize religion. And you have to counter that immediately with we're not talking about organized religion. We're simply saying that you have someone in office that has Christian morals. Why is that a bad thing? Why does that, what does that hurt? Well, they can't answer that.
Well, because all you need is the harm principle, right? That's all you need.
Yeah.
It's because deep down they hate God, right? It doesn't matter about the man.
They don't understand what would happen without morality, and they also don't admit that the ultimate libertarian is anarchist. They still refuse to admit that.
I don't know that the ultimate libertarian is anarchist, but certainly libertarianism Well, I personally think that libertarianism defaults to nihilism.
Well, it will, yeah. But the libertarian at its core is the absence of government. You know,
Right.
the focus on the absence of government. Well, what is you take that to its extreme? That's anarchy.
Yeah,
and they refuse to admit that.
Well, Mosman doesn't. Mosman calls himself an anarcho-Christian, which is very interesting. But
like a lot of my non-Christian friends are, or even acquaintances, they believe in the conservative life, but they don't believe in God, right? So most of them are libertarians.
Right. So that, again, I think that generically the libertarians I meet all fall into these. All make these same arguments. So as far as the ever increasing government, it doesn't matter whether you want to talk about Republican, Democrat, or Libertarian. They all vote for laws, and in general, they're all voting to increase those laws. And even Rand Paul, the holy savior of libertarians, who was not technically a libertarian, in my opinion, even though he called himself one, he was still a Christian, which I don't know that you can be a libertarian and be Christian. And he was, I think he was a Republican that just didn't want to call himself a Republican and wanted to be a little different. I still think that. And if I met him, I would ask him about that. I would very seriously ask him if he just ran on the libertarian platform to draw attention to himself, which is what I think he did. I don't see anything that he ever really stood for or touted that was especially libertarian.
Well, the Fed stuff, a lot of the Fed stuff is his views are very libertarian on that.
I think you could also say they're very Republican because I think most Republicans do not really want a Fed. We would rather there would be no Fed, right? Unfortunately, that genie's out of the bottle. So
I think there's Republicans that still want the Fed.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't say that there are none. I'm just saying that I think that most of us, if we're true to, if you really ask, like, ideally, what the ideal structure of the country would be to most Republicans that I know would be smaller government, no IRS, no Fed, most 3-letter agencies disbanded. And that would be a good start.
Well, in this sense, that Arthrodius comment in the chat too is there is a division. You know, there is a division in the Republican Party, and you have like the friends that you're talking about right now, and the people that I support, and the people that I try to get on the ballot, things like that. These are good people. These are politicians that are working for the people, or at least we think that they are, and they're the best choice. And then there are the people that are supported by a lot of money. They're supported by, you know, the as I would call them, the Chamber of Commerce Republicans, where, you know, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. You know, let's get the property that we want at a low tax rate, but screw everybody else kind of mentality. Those are the Republicans we try hard not to let in, and they'll still exist. And the Mitch McConnells, to Arthrodius' point, you know, yes, those are in the Republican Party, but this is akin functionally to, in a religious debate, saying that Catholicism is not great because they diddle kids. Well, that's only true in some scenarios, or could be true in some scenarios. I don't even know if it is. But the point is that doesn't speak on behalf of all Catholicism. Same thing applies to Republicans. You know, these Mitch McConnells don't. The Republican Party is not meant to be Mitch McConnells. These are the people that we're trying to eliminate from the Republican Party, and it takes people getting involved and not just saying, well, I don't like the Republican Party because Mitch McConnell. And I know you're not saying that, Arthoria, but there are a lot of people that are, you know, they're like, oh, Republican Party this, Republican Party bad because of this. And it's like, well, the Republican Party is bad because you're not getting involved. And, you know, there is a lot of movement to improve it. And I don't think new parties are changing the system fundamentally or trying to vote libertarian is at all a solution. People just need to get involved and improve the republic that we have.
Well, I think the one thing you have to understand about McConnell, like every other congressman, he's been there so long that he's almost undefeatable in his district. So,
and you'll have that.
If you want to, you know, again, this is dumb, right? Like, I don't know. This will end up being a 3-hour conversation if I get into it. And I don't. We're not going to do that tonight because this is chill. But my problem with most libertarians is that they literally live in a dream world that has no basis in reality and can't get there.
Correct.
My problem with most Republicans is that they cede the power to make the difference when they have it, and then bitch about not having the power to do something about it later. And that's a problem. And I think that but you have to understand. So one thing that I think that everyone has to understand is I don't think the country's been this conservative for 30 years. I think I can make a very strong argument that no matter how much we want to put how positive a spin on it, the country, in my lifetime, this is the first time where I literally talk to people in my age group and younger that actually pay attention to what's going on in government in the last 30 years. This is one of the first times that when you talk to somebody about it, people are really passionate about it. On the right. Yeah. On the left, it's always kind of been that way because it's easy to get passionate about, you know, getting laws passed for, you know, because of all these activists that they have going around stirring shit up. But on the right, we don't do that so much. And so, but now you see a really, really strong movement into the right politics with younger people. And I mean, you know, and some of them are very young. You know, you're seeing more high school organizations of young Republicans, right? You're seeing more and more conservatism at all age levels, which we didn't typically see that before. Remember, it was only about 5 or 10 years ago that is literally they were calling the Republican Party the old person party, right? Like everybody's so old. But now you look around and you see people talking out about promiscuity. They're talking about the lack of Christian, or pardon me, the way Christians are painted in society, how the misunderstandings of the Bible are being consumed as public knowledge. You have more and more people out there publicly and on YouTube and in other areas saying loudly that a return to Christian morals is what we want, is what we need. I mean, there's a lot of really, truly positive signs that we really haven't had or seen for over 30 years.
Right.
And so that's, first of all, it's heartening, but also what it tells me is that I think a lot of people tried libertarianism and it feels empty. It's an empty promise. You don't get anywhere. Right. And so, and then you start wondering why. And that's when you start coming back into, I believe, a lot of people start coming back into religion. And it doesn't matter to me whether you're Orthodox or Baptist or Catholic or what the fuck ever. It doesn't matter. Honestly, it doesn't even matter if you're, to me, really, it matters if you're Christian, but I'm just as happy if you're Sikh or, you know, some specific sects of other religions that are really traditional and based and have a moral framework, right?
Yep.
So I don't need to push Christianity down anyone's throat. I would prefer, obviously, but I've known a lot of Sikh people, and they are just ridiculously awesome people, very high morals. Yeah, Cam the King's in his 30s, and he says politics and religion has changed so much since he came up. Yeah, I'm just telling you guys, man. I've watched this change, and it's heartening. It's very heartening. Like, to be honest with you, I used to listen to Rush Limbaugh every day, and it was tough, man. Rush Limbaugh kept conservatism alive because it was so tough to be out there and just being told that you were wrong all the time and that you were a bad person because you felt this way and all of this. And here's like one guy really on the radio saying, no, they're fucking wrong. They're fucking feminazis. Don't listen to that shit.
Yeah, you know? Rush was the OG for sure.
Yeah, Rush, I think, has had such a profound change that the change that he enacted will be felt for the next 30 years. Because there are people like me that listen to him growing up every day. You know? So,
and there are people trying to be the new Rush now, and that's good, but the opposition's trying to crush that because they know they don't want another Rush, and I think Rush was established before people really knew the power that he had.
No, I don't think so. I think what happened with Rush is Rush was willing to go where he could be what he needed to be. He basically had to leave San Francisco because he was making conservative points on the radio in San Francisco, and you can't do that. Can't do that. So he went. I forget where he went after that, but then he eventually ended up in New York, and he was the counterpoint guy for the leftist, right? And they never expected him to be anything but a punching bag. And he ended up taking over the whole show, right? Like he was just that good. And people wanted to hear him and wanted to listen to him. As far as somebody being the next Rush, I think the problem is that we have too many platforms. And the people who are trying to be the next Rush are simply not doing it in the way that Rush did. Rush did it because he absolutely 100% believed it. Right. Yeah. Cool. It was great making money. That was, but he was saying the same thing when he was making almost no money in San Francisco that he did when he was making $1 million a year or more in New York. It didn't change. It didn't change who he was. Didn't change the message. Didn't change.
It's because he was a Christian.
Yes, also because he was a Christian, but mainly because he was such a conservative person, and he had morals, and he had ideals, and he had.
He was a fighter.
Yeah, I think he was a fighter, and he was an entertainer in such a way that even if they landed one on him, right? Even when he was. Caught, with the prescription pills and ended up having to go into rehab. It didn't stick. It didn't destroy him because why? Who cares? And he would literally say, "Well, okay, I did it. Let's get back to work." And the Dems could not destroy him. Right. And also, he never engaged on any of it. Right. Like you never heard literally every talk show in America, from Good Morning America to The Fucking View to just everybody had something to say about Rush. Very negative things. And Rush never went after him. I think he did have I think for a while he had the hot sheet where he would, read off the criticisms or some of the criticisms that came his way. But he did not engage with them. Right? He didn't give them air.
Yeah.
Right? There's no oxygen. They died on the vine because there was no oxygen, there was no food, there was no sunlight, nothing. He put them in the dark and turned off the air, turned off the water, turned off everything. All life support done. So it died early. And I think that's an interesting, because I learned a lot of that from him. I learned that don't bother unless you can absolutely win and the win's going to be beneficial. Why do it? Why take, it's just why would I take 2 weeks out of my life to harangue a debate with somebody that pissed me off when for that 2 weeks, everybody's going to be telling me I'm such a fuck up. And then even when I win, I'm going to get 3 days of, attaboy, good job, knew you were right the whole time. And then they're just going to forget that shit. So why would you do that? Where's the upside, right? So, I mean, Rush was awesome because Rush was very good at that, and he was able to put together a staff that had his best interests at heart, and it but we can credit a lot of the conservative push to him. But you can also, you have to give the Democrats a credit. They're creating the monster that's going to kill them, because you have young men that have gone over to fight wars for this country, and they come home and they're told that they can't own a firearm the way that they want to own it. They live in this state, so if they want to carry a gun, they've got to go down and take a class and take days out of their life just to carry a gun, which they've been doing for the past 2 years in defense of this country. They've been shot at, and then they get home, they can't do anything. Right? You've got a very large, we have 30 years of veterans since Iraqi freedom. You think about that.
Yeah, and more they're being considered domestic terrorists, like the rest of us.
Yeah, and that's recent, but yeah, they've been. This is they
just for being patriotic, essentially.
Yeah, just for being patriotic, and they actually one of my friends named his kid Rush, actually. So it was cool. The kid's cool. The kid's cool too. But I mean, and Rush called it. He said they're going to go too far. He knew that they were going to go too far. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy that the Democrats have to go too far, because there's no way you will accept their bill of goods for what it is on the surface. So they have to shove it down your throat.
Well, that's their way, and that's why they are progressive. That's why they're authoritarian, because they want the government to do that. They want the government to shove it down your throat.
Cam the King asked the Afghanis. We've been fighting those bastards forever. And they got they started this whole thing. They had worn out ass AKs. That's all they had. Worn the fuck out AKs too.
Now they got $80 billion worth of equipment.
Free stuff.
Who knows if they know how to operate it? But still.
Well, yeah, they're I watched an article or a video that they were studying how to use them. They can get people to come in from other countries and show them, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, they got Humvees, yeah.
I just think that you can't look. you can look at this any way you want to look at it. But the reality is that people in this country know what's right and they understand how things are supposed to be. If the Democrats had stopped and just let it go 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we wouldn't even be having a discussion right now. I wouldn't be on the internet. You guys would be out playing video games. It'd be awesome. But that's them fighting words right there, boy. Do you know why? Do you know why it's hard to find a good Duramax mechanic? Because they don't break enough. But there are a lot of great Dodge mechanics around because they break all the fucking time.
So the argument is. Oh, sorry. Did you need to read that first? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I hit the wrong thing. It bounced. Yeah. Duramaxes are awesome. They're my preferred diesel, actually. Because Ford's belt down. The Dodge diesel itself is good, but the entire rest of it is garbage. So, yeah. So I did too, Callum. We never cared about any of this shit, and things were chill. We made money. We had a great day. Everything was awesome.
That is very true, Callum. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they just had to.
Same thing about the 80s too. Same thing.
Yeah, same thing. You know, people just kind of went along to get along.
Yeah. 80s, I was a baby, but you know, the 90s were great. 90s were great. It was, yeah. The biggest thing was the Gulf War.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem with the Dodge is everything attached to the engine. And the engine itself. The engine itself they blow up a lot, but that's okay. So. Yeah.
Never saw homeless people around.
Yeah.
90s.
Especially
like there was.
Here. Yeah,
there was.
Here.
But like even where I live, like it's insane.
Yeah. Yeah, here there were never any, and now there's a encampment somewhere that's actually being torn down. I think this week they gave them a little bit of a breather to move along. But yeah,
they don't move them along here. They put them in camps and let them.
Yeah, no, I think we just reinstituted our vagrancy laws, so. That's going to be tough.
You got to do like Japan. Homelessness is illegal.
Yeah.
And if you're homeless, nobody gives a shit. Move along. There's many, like they have all these services and programs in place so that people aren't homeless. And if you don't do it, then people just ignore you. Yeah. Like they assume that you're just a waste of time, right?
Yeah, I was just reading the other day that Newsom, or Newscomb, as I call him, has been directed by the Fed to uphold the laws that the towns and counties have passed about camping and homeless building people sleeping outside and clean up San Francisco and the outlying towns. That's the law. And he literally had to, it took a federal judge to force him to do that. The Duramax is an Isuzu diesel, but it was built in Germany. So it's a German diesel. It's probably, it's a good thing. This guy's, all I'm going to tell you is there's not a single Ford diesel which will last anywhere nearly as long as a Duramax. And a Duramax, as long as, and the only way the Cummins will work nearly anywhere near as long is because there are people everywhere that can rebuild them and put new pistons, and their pistons are on the shelf. That's actually I'm annoyed about that. I keep bringing that up because I actually blew up Duramax once. The oil cooler split, pumped all the oil out in like 2 seconds. Like I was doing 80 miles an hour down the highway, cruise control, and so I ended up having to have that engine rebuilt. Well, where I 5.2 liter Duramaxes. I don't know what the fuck 5.2 liter Duramax is. All the ones I have are 6.6 and bigger. So, anyway, are you talking about the 4-cylinder? Oh, it wasn't a manufacturing defect. Epic. The oil cooler split in half because it had 300 and some odd thousand miles on it. I don't give a shit about that 5.2 4-cylinders. I don't know that it's a very good engine. I'm talking about the actual Duramax 6.6 V8. That thing. I put hundreds of thousands of miles on them. Hundreds. That's all I used to buy. I had if we're going to divert the conversation, I'll divert it full core. I had a Cherry Creek Dodge one time. They had a deal where you could rent or lease a truck for like nothing, really. I got a you could get a gas. What was it? A gas 4-wheel drive crew cab for like $100 a month. That's a free truck, right? Like that's not even dinner out at a nice restaurant. And then you could get a diesel 3/4 ton crew cab single rear wheel for, I think I paid $250 or $299 a month. Also basically a free truck. Now they had really ridiculous lease requirements, like it's $10,000 or 10,000 miles a year or whatever. I don't care. Didn't matter because all I needed was to drive around town. I didn't need anything cool. We weren't doing cross country with it. So it was a 2013, sold as a 2014. It was like one of the first DEF trucks, the DEF and the Regen. And I had that thing went to the dealer. That thing was at the first 6 months. That thing was at the dealership more than it was in my driveway. And they were always messing with the programming, the everything. And there was something about it would just randomly go into the regen cycle. And when it did that, because it used that variable nozzle turbo to kick off the regen cycle, the EGTs would shoot through the roof, and also the I think it leaned out the motor some too, something. Anyway, I just picked it up from the dealer. I drove it home. I was driving to work the next morning. It went into regen in the middle of the intersection, which is not supposed to do. It's supposed to be parked when I do regen. Went into the regen cycle in the middle of the intersection and basically melted down the motor in the space of the intersection. And so I called him up. By that time I knew the service manager fucking by name. I called him and said, "Hey man, you need to come get this truck." He's like, "Again? You just got it back?" I'm like, "Yep." And then I'm like, "Send a wrecker." And he's like, "Okay." And he's like, so I rode back to the dealership on the wrecker. They had me just pick a truck out of the back lot. It was basically the exact same truck that I had. And he asked me, he's like, what do you think's wrong with it? Because obviously he knew what I did. And I said, well, I think the motor's done. It's like, this thing shut down. It did not sound good at all. He's like, it's probably nothing big, we'll get it fixed. I'm like, all right. It took about a week or so for them to get to the truck and tear it down enough to figure out what's going on. And they said, just keep the truck you got. Come down. We'll sign the paperwork to switch the lease over. And and I'm like, yeah, okay. What happened? Yeah, melted the motor down. And so that was pretty terrible. So I have not owned another Dodge since that one. Everything is. I did own one Ford. After that, I owned a Ford with a Western hauler bed on it, an F450. It was a cool truck, but it got shitty gas mileage. But the Duramaxes are great. The Duramaxes are best. Best, period. There's nothing wrong with the Cummins in and of itself. It is unfortunate. It pissed me off so bad. The best Dodge truck I ever had was a 12-valve manual transmission truck. Nothing like a lease trade assist. That's how you know the manufacturers know they fucked up. Yeah, that's right. So my stock with a programmer 6.6 V8. If I drove around town without being a dick, I got 22 miles a gallon. On the highway, I get 24 to 26 miles a gallon. So, but it's programmer with exhaust. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, I'm a truck guy. I've literally like killed the entire conversation up here. You guys asleep?
No, I don't have all that kind of money to be having toys like that, so I can't relate. I had a Dodge Dakota in 1991. It was great, but it was all beat up.
Yeah,
and it was a great truck, real great in the winter, 4x4, and then the frame rusted out because that's Michigan.
I had.
Sorry, I am gonna jump off the grid. I'm gonna go watch a movie with my daughter.
Oh, good plan, man. I like it. We're almost done anyway. I'm off by midnight, so we're just gonna keep rolling.
Well, you guys have a good night.
All right,
it was night with you. We'll see you around.
I'll see you later.
See you, Nick.
See you, Nick. So yeah, I don't. So I mean, a lot of the I had to have trucks because we were doing race car stuff, and I had a. So I started out with a Kenworth cab over with a Detroit D60 with a Eaton 13-speed. It was a great truck. It was very short. You could park it almost anywhere. It did have a sleeper on it, so you could, you could go cross country pretty easily. It was a pretty nice truck. The problem is that you need a CDL to operate it, and I didn't have one, and so I was always paying somebody to drive my truck across country, which was sometimes fine. And then when I went back to the I know some of the guys have seen my truck. I'll pull it up here in a second. This is one of the setup. This is actually probably my favorite. The favorite setup that I had. I did have. I had a bunch of different trucks. My favorite truck, my favorite diesel truck was the LB7, the 2004 LB7 Duramax. And so here is, I'm going to show you this. Let's see if I can do it here. Where's my effing epic guy? Where's he at? gonna like this one. There you go.
Oh, is this this is the long trailer again? I forgot about this truck. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is my Duramax. This is an 04 crew cab. I had an 04 extended cab as well, and I had a I did the injectors like every. I actually considered the injectors as part of the tune-up. So then, let's get. I'll show you the trailer.
The prime advertising space billboard style trailer.
Yeah.
So
show you the trailer,
dude.
So this is what we were rolling around with.
Gotta be the longest trailer I've ever seen.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So there's the trailer.
It looks like a building, like one of those
52 feet long, dude. It's longer than
office buildings.
Yeah. Yeah, 52 foot.
It's like a strip mall all on a trailer.
Yeah. Yeah, it's cool, man.
I'd be so afraid of like taking a turn and just swiping something that I didn't mean to, taking out a whole row of, signs or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, and I mean the stuff that I put in that thing. I had at
what point does that does that become something else other than a trailer? You said you had like other stuff in there too, like
yeah.
I don't know if it was living stuff or bathroom or something, but good grief.
Well, this one did not have a living quarters.
Oh.
I did have one that had a living quarters. Not this one.
I thought you said there was 2 cars in there.
Yeah, there's up to 3 cars in there, and all the stuff you take to the tracks. There's a good picture of the truck. So you have the truck, and then the trailer. So yeah. Anyway, so that's pretty cool stuff.
Do you ever have a hard time finding gas stations to pull into with that thing?
Yeah, no, I mean that was actually a real thing. And I used to. So one of the things I used to have to tell every new, basically every new crew guy that drove the truck was that we only did truck stops. Cam the King, that's a 52 foot. 52 foot legal limit. And so that you couldn't get into, it was very rare that you could get into like a neighborhood gas station.
Wow. So you want to make sure you keep an eye on your gas so you can make it to like the truck stop gas station.
Yeah.
And that thing probably ate up gas too, so you probably visited that frequently.
Yeah. Actually, the reason that this picture was taken is because it occurred to me I didn't have any pictures of the truck and trailer all as one piece. Like and I was getting ready to sell. I thought I was going to sell the trailer, and I was like, I don't have any pictures of it, like that I could like show somebody. I'm throughout my history, I've been very, very bad at taking pictures. I don't normally do it.
Yeah, I'm not great at it either. I think it's our generation, we didn't have, cameras on our cell phones. It was something that you did for special occasions.
Yeah. It's easy. You just have to know how to drive the car, drive a trailer. It is. So this trailer was stolen. And
how in the hell
right,
get away with stealing that?
It was
thing?
hooked to the truck, and they stole the truck trailer, and there was a car in it as well. Never found the car, but we did find the trailer. They destroyed the trailer. The trailer, they totaled it. And they almost totaled the truck. The truck actually ended up selling later, and it wasn't this truck. This truck was a different one, but I mean, I could drive it around fine. I drove around neighborhoods. I mean, you have to know how to drive a trailer. Like, you can't fuck around. But, you know, I didn't really have any problems.
Well, you know, whoever stole that trailer probably didn't have it very long, because you steal something like that.
They had to have like killed a Honda or something in it. Like the whole one side of it was just absolutely destroyed.
The wall?
Destroyed. So,
like the wall of it was destroyed?
Yeah, like the whole, like down the well, it had damage on both sides, but on the other side, it had literally like the entire side of the trailer was basically wiped out. Yeah,
because they ran into stuff with it.
Yeah, it's a gooseneck cam. Did I ever lose a car inside the trailer? Not really. I mean, I had a car come loose in the trailer once. That was cool. But it was really interesting because what you can't see is like in the back of the trailer. Let me put this back up. So right here, you see where my mouse is. So right about here is it dovetails down, right? And so I had a car that was right here, and I had another car from here to right about there, and I had another car from here right up to the front. So the car back here, when the guys had tied it down, I don't know what the fuck they were doing, but they did not tie it down properly. So it was able to move back enough to get the straps came loose. And so it would sit there and it would roll. It couldn't roll up the hill enough to hit the car in front of it, or up the ramp enough to hit the car in front of it. But when it would break, it would just bump the door. And so the whole way I would hear it hit, like I could feel it hit. And I was like, there's something wrong. And of course, when I checked it, the car was loose, but it didn't really do any damage. But that door is heavy as fuck. So, I saw something. Dude, no, it was totaled back in 2015, I think 2016, after I retired. So I mean, they gave me shit for it too. They totaled it and it was terrible. It was a terrible experience. I don't like it. But yeah, it probably did hit light poles. I mean, you just gotta. Yeah, it's not a Tacoma, buddy. No, That's what I'm pulling it with. No, it's not a normal size trailer. Most are 44 to 48 foot. My semi trailer was only 42 foot. No, 48 foot. It's 48 foot for the semi. So, but the problem with the semi is that you needed a CDL and I didn't have one. So I didn't like the idea of paying somebody to sit around all weekend. No shit. That's funny. Our team put foam blocks in between the cars and on the sides in case that happened. That's hilarious. It is hilarious, actually. So
I can pull up a couple of videos of the race tonight if you want.
I'm not much on circle track racing, but you're welcome to.
Well, give me a few minutes. I'll have it up.
So the thing is, guys, is with the so I had a Ford that I pulled this with a Ford once, maybe twice, and the Ford is okay, but it never really had the power that I had with my earlier Duramax. So then I put the Duramax. So I sold the Ford, got the Duramax, and the Duramax with just the tuner and the exhaust on it. I didn't do anything else. I didn't do turbo. I didn't do anything. I just a tuner and the exhaust. That's it. The tuner and the exhaust on it I could set the cruise control at 80 miles an hour with all 3 cars in it and just roll. It'd do 80 miles an hour as long as you wanted it to. It would start getting warm and when we were pulling that giant hill into Salt Lake City, and that was it. So, which Power Stroke? That was the 6. Which one's the twin turbo? The 6.4 or 6.7? I think it was the twin turbo 6.7. And that thing, I think the 6.4 had more power, but my buddy had the 6.7 twin turbo or 6.4 twin turbo, whatever it was. He had the same truck that I did, just a single rear wheel, and he put the tuner, the exhaust, and an intake and some other stuff in it, and then his truck outpulled mine by a lot, but stock that Ford sucked balls. It was terrible. I used to get pulled over every time I went through Kansas or Nebraska with a trailer, and they always wanted to look in the trailer, and I think that's what they did. I'm not even joking. Right?
I'm not gonna lie, I would want to see what was in that long ass trailer too.
Yeah. So I was in Denver, and so a lot of times if we were going to, we would go up and hit 80 over to go to California, or and of course we raced at the out in Tweely at the time it was the what the fuck was it? It was that guy something Motorsports Park out there, the guy who owned the dealership, Miller Motorsports Park, and then now I don't know what it is now, but we used to climb that hill in and out of Salt Lake City quite a bit, and it was terrible. There you go, Cam. That's the truck I'm pulling it with. Yeah, so the 6.4 was terrible. It was a terrible truck. I didn't like that truck. Let me see. All the questions, man. All the questions. Did I ever brake fade? No, I did not. Although, not with these. I did have a gas Ford with the 460 in it. It was a ton, and it was a 1 ton, but it was the HD. It had been owned by the Barnum and Bailey Circus, and it actually had all the stuff where they chained it down on rail cars, so they could just drive the truck up and then chain it down. It had all that stuff underneath it. It was really cool. But that one, I actually caught the brakes on fire coming over Mont Eagle Mountain once. The front brakes caught on fire. So I don't know if that counts, catching your brakes on fire. The front brakes caught the front brakes on fire. I did buy a circus truck. I did, actually. When you say it that way, it sounds funny. Yeah, I did. It was very funny. It had a big flatbed on it. It was great. It was a great hauling truck, but it was terrible.
See, I'm sharing it.
What's that? Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, got some. I did.
Let's see here.
Yeah, you've got to play it.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Gotta figure out how to do that.
While you're doing that, I'm going to answer this. So I actually went over that same mountain today. very interestingly enough, going to Atlanta. Yeah, that's what those are. That's what those look like. I don't do this kind of racing.
Yeah.
So
we got
So I actually went over the same mountain that I had the brakes. I was telling my son this story today. So I had that gas 460 with the, and I had the little trailer. I had a 28-foot trailer with one car and a bunch of stuff in it. And when I went, I was coming down the hill and I got kind of stuck behind a slow moving car, and I couldn't get out from behind it because the semis were just blowing down the mountain at like however fast they were fucking going, but it was crazy. And I'm like, I'm not going to just like jump out in front of one of these semis because they're not even trying to stop. So that little car would run away from me. Here, let me do it over here. The car would run away from me, and I would even out my speed, and then it would get to a corner coming down the mountain, and it would slow down. So then I'm like on my brakes, just like trying not to destroy this thing going downhill. And I started noticing that I didn't seem to have any trailer brakes first, and second, that when I would look over on the side of the hill, I could see this orange glow every time I hit the brakes. And so I pulled over, and sure enough, the brakes were on fire, and I ended up putting it out with my cold drink. I had a soda of some kind. And so what was really weird is I had a fire extinguisher under the seat, but it just didn't occur to me to get the fire extinguisher.
Hey, you're resourceful, you know?
Yeah. I was like, here you go. Oh, please retell the story. Okay. So, the Gunner Racing, this was back in probably 2000 maybe. Yeah, it's probably 2000. Maybe 01. No, it wasn't 01. Probably 2000. 99, 01. 99, 2000. So we were doing the Daytona, and Gunner Racing had shipped in Porsche GT1 llama or Evo, I guess. I'm probably an Evo. And from Germany, they had air freighted it over. It landed. They basically took it from the airport to the track as they were putting stickers on it in the trailer because it was so late. So they do practice, and throughout practice, they notice it has an oil leak. And I don't know if you guys are aware of what a Porsche GT1 looks like, but looks like a race car. It looks like a really swoopy car, and the engine is in the middle, and the front of the engine is right behind the driver's seat, basically. And to get to the front main seal, you have to split the car in half, and then to get to that. There's no like dropping the motor out of the bottom or any of that nonsense. That doesn't happen. So they knew that they had a front main seal leak, and the decision was made to ignore the oil leak and just put oil in it when it would come in off the track because it wasn't leaking enough to be a concern for them. They just didn't care, right? Like, we have a choice. We can tear the car apart and try and fix it in time, or we can just deal with it. And they decided to deal with it. So the Gunner Racing had the GT1. And I believe it was an Evo, GT1 Evo, because it was a Le Mans car. And so they're running Daytona, and in practice, it's not a big deal. So then they start the race, and this is the first time that it had actually been on a track while they were, or it was the first time it had been on track for a full session or a full driver swap. And so the driver comes in after his stint, the car goes up on the jacks, the tires come off, my buddy Drew is sitting there changing the tire, and he all down the line, all of a sudden you hear fire, 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 and they're pointing at the back of this GT1, and Drew looks out and he says, "Your side," and he goes back to changing the tire. And what had happened was the oil from that leak was getting sucked out of the under tray as the car was driving because of aerodynamics. When the car would stop, the oil would pool right by the turbochargers and catch on fire. And that was exciting. And so every time it came in off the track, literally the routine was to put it up on jacks, start changing the tires, wait for it to catch on fire, shoot it with the fire extinguisher to put the fire out, and then let the car go. And that was literally the routine for the tire change and fueling. So it was pretty much, they did that all night.
I mean,
I forget how they did that. What's that?
The more you know, right? If
the
you know,
more you know.
We got this, guys. Get the routine. Get the fire extinguisher.
Right. Yeah. You have to understand that. I mean, I've had so in 2000. Was it 2000? No, it's probably 2000. I forget what year. 99 maybe. I think it was 2000. We won the Daytona 24-hour. The following year, it was the following year. We won the following year, another team took over the car because the owner of the car felt like that we were not doing, even though we had won and had been really kind of doing great. The team owner or the car owner decided that we were not, we weren't giving him his money's worth, maybe, or maybe he just thought he wanted to go with someone cheaper. And kind of what had actually happened is one of the guys that worked for my employer at the time kind of went behind everyone's back and said that he could develop the car and he could do it better and he could do it. And he was the talent behind it all anyway, and blah, blah, blah. Why are you paying for all this normal stuff? Right. So we're, look, it was fine. Right. Like we had a lot of work, so it doesn't matter. And so they they took the car, and then this was a Camaro. This was a GT1 Camaro that we had built from a chassis. It had originally been a Trans Am car. No, it was not a Trans Am chassis. I forget. It was I don't know. It was a two frame car. I forget where we got the chassis. Had a Dare hog body on it. It was a very good car. And look, we had a really good way of running that car, and it ran well, and we took a class win at Daytona for the 24. That's not easy. When the car got taken over, like it never, I don't know that it ever finished a track session after they got taken over. I know that they went to VIR or maybe Kershaw. I think it was Kershaw. They went to Kershaw to test it, and one of the guys that they were having test to run Daytona ended up spinning the car off the track, and literally like body panels were flying off of the car because all plastic anyway, and they caused a bunch of damage there, and they had to buy a new body and all that stuff. And we tried to help them with, even though we were no longer involved, we tried to help them with the car. They wouldn't listen to us. They knew better. Everything, it's the same thing. Like it's an interesting thing because, like, in so many portions of our life, people are going to say they know better than you, even if they have no fucking clue. Right. So this is where I learned a valuable lesson, like so many decades ago, was watching my employer at the time basically say, "I don't give a fuck. They can go do it. They can fuck it up. We're not helping them. And we would help them if we were asked, but we would not volunteer information. And it was a very valuable lesson for me to learn, because when you volunteer information, people stop listening to you any damn way. And all you did was frustrate yourself. And now that, and then give them, 10 minutes of your time that you probably shouldn't have done that. Okay. Yeah. I'll look into that, Cam. I'm sorry. I didn't, I haven't, I'll have to scroll back up and look at that. I don't know them offhand, but I bet I know people that know them. We have almost a flawless race in 2001 comes up, and it's a fucking, it's a shit show. They didn't order the right tires, so they had to actually we gave them our jack handle to fabricate a new sway bar in the paddock, which is dumb. That's what you do that shit at the shop, right? That's dumb. Don't do that. They had removed the blower system that we had put in the car because it always rains at Daytona. Number one thing you can count on is it's going to fucking rain at Daytona. Unlike circle track cars, we fucking race in the rain. We don't stop racing just because it gets wet. And so you have to have fully functional wipers, and you have to have you very much have to have a defroster system that has air focused on the windshield to demist it. And what you do, just so you know, is we would take a duct and run it right next to the exhaust, and that hot air, we would have a fan that sucked the hot air out of the exhaust and pushed it through vents up onto the windshield. Well, they had removed the vent network that we had put in, and they basically just had a duct opening, and it was blowing in a round. Basically, it was a round hole about this high above the driver's line of sight. So the driver was having to see like this, and it was very uncomfortable. I'm sure it was horrible to drive it in the rain. And they did just a bunch of shit to the car that was just dumb. Like, why would you do that? We gave you a car that had won. All you needed to do was just put it back together and go racing again. But they knew better than us, and they didn't even. And so their race ended somewhere in the night. I think it was like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. So they had this, and the other thing is they were dumb as fuck. So one of the things is that every single driver, you're going to do a 24-hour race. Every single driver has to drive the car at night. The track looks different at night. You can go slowly in practice and people don't get pissed at you. In the race, people are racing. They don't give two shits about you. And so they put this French guy in who actually was the biggest source of money for the team. He was paying more than anybody else to be part of it. He comes off pit lane, doesn't really know where he's at on the track, turns a little too aggressively in the wet and goes wham right in the wall, destroys the car. End of race. They couldn't put it back together. So that was the end of it. And we were over there kind of laughing. So, yeah, is what it is. So the, Daytona was cool. Daytona was real cool.
So why did he crash? Was it because of the slippery surface?
Yeah, it was raining.
Oh, okay.
It was raining, and he hadn't been out he had not been out in the rain, which he should have been. There was plenty of opportunities for him to go out in the rain, and he had not been out at night. He didn't know where he was on the track because things look differently at night during the daytime. So when you come off pit lane and you hit the acceleration zone, he didn't know where he was, and he thought he had plenty of room to turn, but he didn't. So he basically drove the car straight into the wall because he thought he still had like 100 yards before he really needed to slow down for the turn.
Yeah.
Again, this is a mistake that a lot of teams, a lot of people make mistakes like this because they're stupid. And they don't want to say that they're stupid. They'll say something like, well, they didn't plan well, or they just didn't, they weren't prepared or whatever. But basically it's just fucking stupid. There's a reason that you do, there's a reason we do everything in life, right? I don't care what business you're in. I was in racing, right? And so it's no different than ordering lids to go with cups if you own a burger stand, right? Are you not going to order, when you order 500 cups, are you not going to order 500 lids or maybe 600 lids because people are going to throw them on the ground so that you have that? Yeah, you are. If you don't, you're fucking stupid, right? So if you've got a guy who's never been in the car before at night and he hits the wall, whose fault is it? It's your fucking fault, because he should have been out there during practice when he could have done it and learned where he was on the track safely. Yeah. Bay Street Racer is right. The shadows are tough, makes the whole track different. Yeah. But they didn't put him in the car at night. They didn't put him in the car. They barely put him in the car at all.
Yeah, it's not very smart. Even as a fan, I can see that the track is different at night. When the sun goes down and the lights come on, it's like a whole different scene.
Yeah, and this is a GT1 Camaro. I mean, I think it had, I mean, it depends on which format of the engine they use, but it was like 700 horsepower, 750 horsepower, probably weighed 2,100 pounds, maybe 2,200, something like that. So, I mean, this is a fucking go-kart, man. This thing is like, it rips. So when we won Daytona, we were, again, all right, so here's this is the difference in how things, this is how shit should work, right? So we started testing months before Daytona. We knew exactly what we needed to know about the car. We knew everything about the car. We knew which tires we were going to have. We bought tires. We bought the exact same tires we'd have at Daytona beforehand, and we went out and we tested them. We had the pit crew guys were all doing tire change drills a month before we went to Daytona for the first practice. Well, by the time we went to the Roar by the Shore, which is the week before Daytona, we had a lot of time on the car. The car was bulletproof. It wasn't the lightest car when we had it. I know that they lightened it up afterwards. It wasn't the lightest car, but we had reserve fuel because drivers are stupid. And you can tell them that on the radio that they're about to run out of fucking gas and they will stay out one more lap. I promise you. Drivers are dumb as fuck. So we had reserve fuel. We had tools on underneath one of those. We had a toolkit on board so that if the driver needed to, they could do simple stuff to get the car back to the paddock. So we had just little, it wasn't the lightest car, but it was really well thought out as far as what could be done. And we had, we just did so much small stuff that doesn't seem to add up, like we were driving the alternator off of the transmission. So as long as the car was rolling, the car was charging. And that's very important because you could have the engine shut down and drive it. You could have the engine shut down and coast far enough to get enough charge in the battery from the alternator to try and bump start it, right? Mm-hmm. Run the fuel pump and stuff.
I used to do that with my stick.
Yeah. So, there was just a lot of stuff there was a lot that went into that car. So when we qualified, we changed the rockers from, I think we had 1 1.25 ratio rockers, and we put in 1.5s or we had 1.5s and we put in 1.7s. I forget. It's been a very long time. And so we changed the rockers for qualifying only. And we went out and we beat the Oreca Vipers. I mean, the car was fucking fast as shit. I mean, the guys doing the engine for us work for Penske. They were in Penske's engine department. So they were badass. And, we had the engine just fucking worked. It made a ton of power. I think probably when we qualified, we probably had 800 or 900 horsepower in that car.
Wow.
And it just smoked. And so we qualified exceptionally well. And then when we pulled then for the actual race, we pulled the high ratio rockers out, put in the low ratio rockers, which are, they're just durability stuff, right? It's just, we're going to, now we've gone as fast as we need to go. Now we need to last as long as we can last. And that car ran without a single problem, except the alternator mount on the transmission broke, which we think was just a flaw in the casting or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It was faster and easier just to change the transmission than to change the alternator.
That's crazy.
So we just changed the transmission right there and sent it back out. No problem. It was like 30 minutes, I think, start to finish. And it might not even been 30 minutes. It might have been 20 minutes. But change transmission, send the car back out. That was it. And we finished 21st overall, first in class. But I mean, that car was sorted. It was ready to race. And we showed up and it was ready to whoop ass. We were actually so prepared that that my boss actually had half the team building nose boxes and shit like that, busy work, because we didn't have anything that we needed to do to the car because it was just there. And
how many teams can say that typically?
Well, I mean, a lot of teams can say that, because like if you watch the teams that consistently win, that's how they do it. Like you watch Cadillac. So Cadillac has a rule in place, and when we were running World Challenge, Cadillac had a rule in place that you could not leave the track before 10 o'clock at night. Like you got there at 5 a.m. and you worked on the cars until 10 o'clock at night. So, or maybe it was 8 o'clock. It was after, it was like, so we finished up, we would finish around 5:30 track time in most places. And then, so you pull off and or you put the car away. Then you got to bring the car in. You're going to clean it up. You have to inspect everything, get it ready for the next day. And I think, and most teams could do that in about an hour and a half. Because all you're really doing is you're putting up on stands, you're cleaning everything. Maybe you pull a nose off, maybe you pull the rear section off, depending on how it is. If it's a bumper or whatever you got in the back. Check the oil, check the engine, clean everything up. Make sure you don't have any leaks. Make sure the clutch feels good. Check the brakes. Check the brake wear. Check all the rotors. Check all the. You do a complete nut and bolt. And by this time, with my guys, we knew exactly what wrenches. When you crawled under the car to do a nut and bolt, you knew exactly every single tool you needed, like all of them. You didn't carry anything extra. You weren't calling out saying, "Hey, give me this" or whatever, unless there was something, like something was off, right? Like if somebody called for like pliers or safety wire clippers or something like that, we're like, oh fuck, what are we going to be here? I met Dale Earnhardt once before he passed. That was a very long time ago. I never met Jeff Gordon, although I almost did kill his crew chief once. So,
on accident or on purpose?
Just being stupid.
Oh, okay.
So I was testing a 930 big single turbo car. And so where the shop was in North Carolina that I worked for at the time, it was literally the industrial center was an oval, right? and then the shops were based around it. So this was an industrial park. And so I was testing this really badass 930, and you would see cup cars go by. You would see like, late models, cup cars, all kinds of stuff. And you just see them trundle by, or go by, I mean, they wouldn't do top speed runs usually because they don't like to run those motors. There's a motor shop right behind me that was dynoing everything and developing carburetors and shit for the NASCAR teams. There were late model teams all around me that made their money racing late models, all that kind of shit. So I was testing this, and so we use the same oval, right, to test our car, right, because it was literally the driveway. It was the road that serviced all of the shops, but it was in the shape of an oval.
Oh, okay.
It's a very convenient test track. Private. It was private as well, so there's no speed limits.
I could see where this is going.
Yeah. So I was doing a test, and I came around and I saw Everham come out, and it looked like he was just going to turn left and leave the industrial park. And I just went by. So when I went by, I started my run, and I come flying around. And as I come around, he's just pulling out. Like, I think he's gone. Like, I mean, he should have been gone. And I mean, it was close. It was very close.
I'm guessing he wasn't very happy.
I don't think he cared.
Oh.
Those guys, they don't give a shit.
Long as
it could have just as easily been one of his guys testing one of his cars. So
I think I may have asked you this before, but have you ever heard of Camelot 331, the YouTuber?
What?
Camelot 331, he's a YouTuber.
Oh no.
So he is a race car driver. I'm looking at his page right now. I don't know what ARCA is, but I assume you know what that is. NASCAR ARCA. Yeah. He's an ARCA driver. He drives the Timcast car. So apparently Tim Pool sponsored him. I guess he knew of him as a podcaster and decided to sponsor his car. So he's a podcaster and a race car driver. And I met him up here in Michigan because he came to a race here. And went out on the track, and I saw the Timcast car. I went out on the track after the race, and I talked to him and found out about his YouTube channel. I don't know if you'd be interested in doing something with him, but that'd be kind of cool if you want to talk about racing and stuff. There might be some collab opportunities there.
I'm always happy to talk about racing, but
he also does, I think, talk about some politics. He does a lot of reactions, but yeah, I don't. Just thinking about it, I'm like, it's a possibility of something that could happen there. He is kind of a degen a little bit. He talks about there's some tranny views that I don't really share with him, and he's advertises himself as a masochist, and he's a little weird, but
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you have to understand that from my point of view, racing was always a career, right? Like, even though it wasn't an adult job, it was still my job. Like, everyone's like, oh, I just want to go to the track and hang out. And I'm like, it's fucking hard ass work, dude. It's fucking hard, And I remember I was at the track with this Porsche race car once that I built actually. It may have just sold. I need to ask. And it was a really good car, and I had spec'd this thing out like amazing. So one of the things you have to realize that before I worked for myself, I worked as a very high end guy, and I was working for this shop called 3R in Colorado. They still exist, and the way it worked is the customer actually had very little input on the car being built. They would tell me what they wanted. So in this case, the customer wanted a GT3, a car that could run in SCCA GT3 or 2. I forget which. I think it was GT2, actually. wanted it to be, it was, so it was we're looking at a GT car, which is going to be a tub car, but it's going to be semi-tube that automatically. He wanted to use a very specific set of body work, which is not very many sets of, which was also, was for GT cars, which was good, Trans Am stuff. And after that, the only other thing he got to pick was the color. After that, I spec'd out the entire engine.
Yeah.
We built the exhaust. The guy who built the engine, Peter Daw in Pennsylvania, who's at Daw Speed. He and I worked on the engine together, and it is an amazing engine. The owner of the car didn't have any input on the engine whatsoever, or the transmission, or anything else, the fuel system, any of that. Because here's the thing: this is one of the things that when I got into tuning, that I had to communicate to the customers quite often. I don't care what you read in a magazine yesterday about how so-and-so is doing it. You came to me because I'm the best at what I do, and I know things that nobody else knows. And now you're trying to tell me how to do my job. This doesn't make any sense. It's not a logical thing. And so I had to fire many customers because they would come in and bring in stupid shit they brought on eBay or whatever, and I just wouldn't do that. I'm going to answer some questions really quick because I keep ignoring the chat too much.
Also, Jess is in the chat too now. Hey, Jess.
Hey, Jess, how are you? All right, so how did I make the jump into racing? Misspent youth. I grew up next door to a fellow who did road racing and autocrossing, and then so I was into that. I loved road racing. I read some books by Patrick something or the other way back when. It's called the Black Tiger, and it was all about road racing. This Italian car, like this mythical Italian car that didn't exist, beating Ferraris and Porsches and all that kind of thing. And the writing was exceptional. And I really, as a young man, I really liked that. I identified with that. And my parents, they were into dirt track racing, and late model racing, like you just saw. Although that was late model asphalt, but my parents did late model or watched late model dirt and asphalt. My uncle, he did dirt track racing back in the late 70s, so back when it was raw. And so I guess it was kind of partially I came by it honestly because I always wanted to race everything. But I'm a really competitive person. I don't act like it a lot as much anymore, and I don't. I have a very specific way I'm competitive, but anyway. So I built a few cars myself. I went racing. I ran out of money very quickly because it costs a lot, and I ended up needing to work. Somewhere along in there, I just kind of did it. Like I went to a race shop that was doing work for me, and they were impressed by the work I had done, and they needed help, and I started helping them. And then I just never stopped learning how to do it. And it was never really, it was not initially my intention to actually be a race car guy or team owner or any of that stuff. That's just the way it ended up going. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question. It's not, I didn't really there's no I didn't whatever, think about it, or I don't know. I don't know how to express it. I can't express it. I'm sorry. Let's see. Do I believe in marriage? Yes, I've been married 19 years.
I'd say that counts.
Yeah, it counts. Now, I will say that I'm very specific about the way that I think people should be married and act in marriage. So, but I don't, the effing epic. One of the things I should mention before I get into the marriage thing, I learned how to do every single part of it. Like anytime somebody would show me anything, I learned it. I'm a reasonably good TIG welder. I obviously can MIG weld pretty well. But I can build the chassis. I can design the chassis. I can build the chassis. I can build the engine. I can spec out everything. I know what to look for from the machine shops. I can, in theory, machine it myself. I lost that skill. It's a long time ago. But I could do it, I can set up the suspension. I can build the suspension. I can, all of it. I can literally do all of it. I can paint the car. I can tune it. All of it. Rebuild the gearbox. I can rebuild all of it. There's literally nothing involved with building a race car that I have not done nor could I do. So, and I mean any kind of, formula cars, prototypes, tin tops, GT cars, which I have a different definition of GT cars and what comes around. To some degree, I was a latchkey kid. Really wasn't. We weren't really called latchkey kids, and I did have brothers and stuff. So the way it kind of usually worked out is I would usually stay after school with various clubs or organizations or just things to do, hang out with my friends. A lot of times I would go over to a friend's house and hang out with them, and then I would go home. Or if I did go home, it was when I was a little bit older. I wasn't going home at like 10 or 11 or 12 by myself. So I don't know if I count as a latchkey kid, but I was very self-reliant. I don't know if that counts.
So I thought you said you managed people as well. So you manage people, build cars. What did you not do in racing?
In racing?
Yeah.
I was never a flag girl. I did the sponsorship deals. I did all of the business stuff. I ran the shop. I drove the trucks if I needed to.
You drive the cars?
I could drive the cars. I did not. So, yeah. Let me respond to Epic. So here's the thing. You're gonna make me go past my deadline. We're already past my deadline. All right, it's okay. It's all right. Here's the thing. If you want to work in a race shop, in a modern race shop, and you want to work for I don't know, GMG, or I don't know. Real time's not around anymore. If you want to work for, or you want to work for DEI, which is Dale Earnhardt Engineering, or which I guess is technically, or Dale Earnhardt Industries, I think is one. Whatever, fuck it, it doesn't matter.
That's a really unfortunate acronym.
Yeah, it is, right? If you want to work for Earnhardt, or you want to work for any shops in Mooresville, it depends on what level you want to work at, but all of the big NASCAR shops, they are very specialized. And so they have welders that only weld, like, that's all they do is weld. And there's some that only weld specific chassis and that sort of thing, or weld specific parts, right? Like, you could be sitting over there all day welding lower control arms because that job needs to be done. And they bend a lot of them, and they make a lot of them, and they cut them up, and they test them, and all that kind of stuff. So, and it depends on where you want to go in racing. I have one of the guys that used to work for me is currently in California I believe he's with the Mercedes team right now. I don't know. I can't find his fucking Facebook page. I saw something earlier about, oh, there we go. Let's see. I think he's with the Mercedes team right now. He told me, hang on, let me find a message. I talked to him the other day. Cause like, yo, what up? What are you doing? Yeah, he's flying in for a BMW GTS team in WRL, which is where I used to race. I used to be Pirelli World Challenge. Now it's World Racing League. And he was headed to California for 13 days crewing for the Mercedes AMG Experience. So you can, and now he started off, he went to BMW. He was part of the STEP program, so he learned how to work on cars. He learned a little bit about electronics. He became an exceptional guy around electronics. He can technically weld. He's not very good at it, but he can do it. And he worked with me setting up cars enough to know enough that he doesn't really know how to do it. So he's a technician, and that's what he's doing right now. So there is no right way, man. The way I did it is probably not ever going to work for anybody ever again because it's so long ago. So I don't know if I'd focus on one thing really. But, whatever. Maybe. Let's see. I'm not a latchkey kid. I already did that. Cam, marriage. Yeah. Okay. Austin. Let's see what we got. I got married, but man, I'm unhappy. I grew up super Christian with no sex before marriage. I feel like I was suppressed. Got married super young. Never got to see what's out there. That's above my pay grade, really. But I just don't know enough about. I don't really know enough about what's going on to tell you anything, man. All I can tell you is that I feel like that. I've got to.
While you're doing that, I'll respond to that comment. So
yeah, go ahead.
It sounds like, the grass is greener on the other side kind of mentality. And, oh, a chick has long hair, she wants short hair, or a chick has short hair, she wants long hair. I would say you need to get rid of that feeling that you never got to see what was out there and be content with what you have. You, especially if you said you're unhappy, but, if you're unhappy just because you never got to see what was out there, I would say you need to get rid of that. And if you grew up super Christian, if you are still Christian and you're unhappy in your marriage, I would recommend speaking to your church leadership about that.
That's actually kind of what I was going to say as well. And in general, I always recommend speaking to someone that knows you and or is your church leadership. Yeah, okay. Just getting started on tuning aspect for force induction gassers. Going to try fuel tech. Dude, fuel tech, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I'm not a fuel tech fanboy at all. I would start, if I were going to start today tuning, I would start with the new Haltech software, and then I would move over to ECU Max, or Max ECU, I guess is what it is, and Mtron, and those are going to be the cool kid stuff. If you can do all this shit, maintain all toys with engines I've recorded, and basically live and work on toys, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Come maintain all your toys. Okay. I mean, I have enough toys of my own I got to maintain. Neither ran. Okay.
Callum, I don't see too much preaching that sex is icky. I think most of the preaching is around premarital sex, but maybe I just haven't been to the churches that preach sex is icky.
I apparently said something that Bay Street Racer really liked. So. Yeah. I'm not really up on the Latter-day Saint thing anymore. So I don't know. I can't advise you. There we go. That's better. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff tonight. Yes, this is actually a really good thing. See, that's a great expression. I like that. That's good.
There are some wives that some things aren't allowed. I don't think that's what they're talking about, though.
What's up, Andrew?
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I was actually just about to close it down for the night, but we'll hang out with you for a few. We're talking about racing and stuff.
Just how's that going?
I'm retired. We were reminiscing, walking down the memory lane, and we were actually talking with Austin Salaya. I'm not really sure how you say his name. He's unhappy in his marriage because her family hates him, and unhappy in his church. I'm assuming that he's LDS and her family is not. Thinking about leaving them both. I think I need to go see a therapist. Yeah, so
sounds like a little bitch.
There you go. Straight from the guy.
Yeah, stop being a little bitch, dude. Get your work your fucking shit out. Like what? I mean, how bad could it possibly be?
I always wonder that. Like, I don't think I've ever really wanted to leave my wife, even when it got really tough. But even if I did, I'd just suck it up and drive on. Like, I mean, am I the only one that thinks like it's not necessarily going to be better to quit? As a matter of fact, I just always think that quitting sucks no matter what.
Well, it's really funny. You could have bad years and multitudes of bad years with your wife. The fuck does for forever till death do you part mean? For richer and poorer and good health, bad health. It's going to be all sorts of years where it's bad.
Andrew, Oh man, you notice how many churches, I use that term loosely, or how many couples remove that from the vows when they write their own vows? They don't have the death do you part, love, honor, and obey. Those are the two.
Well, yeah. Well. Now it's I'm going to love you forever as long as we're together, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to love you forever as long as we're together.
Wow.
But if we're not together, well, I'm not going to love you then. So,
yeah,
it's it's not great. Not great.
I caught some of your stream earlier, man. You were cooking. It was cool. It was nice.
Andrew, should I leave the Mormon Church? Yeah. Why would you want to be in a cult, dude? A cult who follows Joseph Smith, of all people, completely false prophet, a total charlatan, by the way. One of the worst charlatans of the 17th century. That's Joseph Smith.
He belongs in the Church of Scientology.
No, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry, not 17th century. What am I thinking? He wasn't Joseph Smith early 1800s?
Yeah,
I think he was.
No, I think it was a little earlier than that. 17s, maybe.
I don't think it was 17. I thought he was 1800s.
He came
Yeah,
out.
Joseph Smith is exactly. He's I read the plates from the hat guy.
Yeah.
The golden plates, which, by the way, conveniently enough, they don't have because, they're not there anymore. So, yeah, 1830. See? I was right.
Look at that. I thought it was earlier than that.
Mm-mm. No. Talking about new religion, that's new.
Yeah.
Yep.
I didn't realize you were Austin's in the chat quite a bit. I didn't realize that you were Mormon, Austin. That's interesting. What?
Well, if he's LDS, they're all Mormon. That's what Latter-day Saints is. Church of Latter-day Saints is Mormon.
Yeah, I didn't realize that he was that. It's very interesting. I do believe that a lot of them move towards Christianity, especially when they get married, I think. So, Austin, was your wife Christian and converted for you?
Yeah, I even served a mission and everything, and I'm really questioning it. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what they do, right? They spread like fucking locusts. They just spread like locusts. They do their mission, and your entire job. By the way, that's part of the cult indoctrination process. The reason that they give you it's not a noble reason why they give you a mission when you're young and send you off. That's part of the isolation ritual from your family as well.
Mm.
It's complete and total cult isolation rituals.
Yeah, that is true.
I've had LDS members tell me that why they were doing their mission, they were forbidden from talking to their family because they were told that they needed to be deeper in prayer.
Mm. Andrew, I took one of my I guess fans, chatters, whatever. I went to a match in Huntsville today, shot a little USPSA pistol stuff, and he happens to live in Huntsville. And I said, well, I'll be there. Come on by, and you can shoot the match with me. And he did. He had to use my gear, though.
Was he a cool guy?
He is a cool guy.
Well, that's what matters.
He builds drones for the U.S. government. So I got to get him to work me out some anti-drone technology stuff so that the government can't spy on me any more than they already are.
I was only allowed to talk to my family twice a year on the mission, Christmas and Mother's Day. Yep, sounds right. It's part of the isolation ritual. Part of the isolation ritual of a cult. You have to understand that the prevalence of Christian cults is astronomical because there's so much truth. So a cult's going to operate off of truth claim. Truth claim values are extremely persuasive. because Christianity is so riddled with truth, right? It has so much truth in it. It's the basis for cult indoctrination more than any other single religion that I'm aware of.
Yeah. Interesting.
So oh yeah. The idea behind Rachel's book, Cult Feminism, dives into this. Protestantism led to just tens of thousands of tiny sects of cults, which operated off of the kind of loose interpretation of the words of Jesus Christ. And so because Protestantism uses exegesis, the idea of exegesis, which is I can take the text and as long as I'm imbued with the Holy Spirit, I can interpret it. You can come up with the craziest fucking interpretations you've ever heard. And if you're persuasive, you can sell people on that. And other Protestants have no normative authority from which to shut it down. They can just disagree with the exegesis. Well, when I have the Holy Spirit in me, it tells me something different. It's like, well, that's not a very persuasive argument for people who are inside of a cult because there's no normative authority.
Arthur Daya would like to know if you started out as Protestant and what led you to Orthodox.
Yeah, I was a non-denominational Protestant. What led me to Orthodoxy was so there's a really good logical argument which is very hard to defeat against theism. And the logical argument just goes really something like this. It's really pretty simple. If knowledge is real, epistemology, the idea that you can know a thing, then the standard for which a thing is known has to be unchanging. It can't change. If the standard for knowledge does change, then you can't have knowledge. You can't know things. So there is no truth because the justification, what is knowledge, is a justified true belief. And so Socrates knew this, Plato knew this, Aristotle knew this. It has to be a justified true belief, which means that there has to be a standard for truth, which is also unchanging. If that is the case, then the nature and the requirement for what is true and what is knowledge, which is unchanging, has to be a deity. There is no way for it not to be. Otherwise, the things which you appeal to, which are unchanging standards, have no accounting for it, like the laws of logic. This is called the transcendental argument for God. But the same thing would have to be true for the church. The church would also have to be unchanging, because if the church could change, then the standard of truth would change with the church. So if that is the case, then that would mean that Christianity was false unless there was an unchanging, or unless there was a standard which did not change along with God's nature. That is the most persuasive argument on planet Earth that I'm aware of for orthodoxy. And I've never seen it defeated. Ever. So I came to orthodoxy logically first, and then the faith came later. I had all but lost my faith.
How did you find out about orthodoxy? Did you have a friend that told you about it?
My wife told me about it. So she had no. She told me about it. This was remember, I've only been true Orthodox for maybe a year. When I was baptized in. I was a catechumen before that for 3 years, an inquirer for a year before that. So the catechesis takes a long time because they're basically unwinding a lot of the fucking information that you thought you knew. And the recidivism rate, because there's a much higher demand for the Orthodox lifestyle than the Protestant lifestyle. They want to make sure that you're ready for that lifestyle before they baptize you. So yeah. Yeah,
Cool.
she introduced me to it. She listened to various Catholics and things like this. I kind of refused at that point to even bother going to church because there was just a lot of bullshit. Okay. A lot of bullshit, especially in these Protestant churches. I was just like, no way. There's just no way I'm buying this. So
I've seen it.
And from my perception, the kind of weakness, total and complete weakness and docileness of Protestant Christianity, which is it's sickening in modernity, honestly.
Yeah, I'm a Baptist, and I've definitely seen a lot of the stuff you're talking about. I mean, the feminist stuff is pretty rich in churches.
Feminism couldn't exist without Protestantism. Feminism in the West could not exist. It's not even possible. So, everything from the Schofield to the Women's Bible to women's liberation, you still see Protestants to this day who make these kinds of bold claims that Christianity is not a patriarchal religion, but an egalitarian one, and that's very clearly not true.
Yeah.
But this is the primary justification.
Oh, come now, Andrew. You know, we're all created equal in the eyes of the Lord.
Yeah, I think ontologically that's true. I mean, I think that the person is extremely valuable, but the system is patriarchal.
Yeah, I don't know if I've told you this, but my local, the church that I've gone to for years and years, since I was 10 years old, honestly, maybe 8, I don't know. The past few years, I've noticed it kind of slipping into this more like modern, like weird music accompaniments, and it's more like a show and they've reduced the amount of the sermon quite a bit. And I actually complained to them about it. I'm like, this isn't church. This is, I don't know what it is, but it's not church. And so,
well, from a Protestant perspective, what is church? I've never actually understood what that means to them. What is church? Is it a building? No. Well, is it a set of people? Yes. Are all people required to be part of this set? Well, yes. Well, no. It's a very incoherent message, and it doesn't do very well ultimately. And that's why, if you want to know why there's so many secularists and atheists in the West, it's because Protestant Christianity is an atheist factory. Literally, it's an atheist factory.
Yeah, I don't know. I just I've been talking to them about kind of putting it more, not necessarily back the way it was, but we've pushed a little too far on this progressive sort of, I don't know. I'm being very critical at this point because there's they're not giving theological reasons for what they're doing. It's simply they're trying to get butts in seats is what it boils down to me. And I don't know that and I push back on that by saying that I don't know that that's what we need to do. You know, we're here to, to accomplish some things that are specific, and I just don't feel like we're doing it.
Well, I mean, you have to understand prospectively that Americanism in and of itself is ideologically a cult. That Americanism itself is a cult founded by cultists. So now many of these cultists were Masons, but many of these cultists were deists. Many of these cultists came here initially because they were fleeing persecution from the church itself. The church was persecuting them for being heretics because they were heretics. and they had these ideas of non-patriarchal systems. I would contend that the American experiment never needed to happen at all, and that had a let's say a Catholic majority or an Orthodox majority founded the nation of America, whether it was under a monarchy or under a limited form of democracy, which initially it was, by the way, or any of these things, it would have done just as well, because the strength of the United States is not in the form of government, which it has, but in the amount of resources and the fact that it's landlocked away from its enemies. That's what makes it so powerful.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't think, while many people will point to the Constitution and make this correlatory, they'll say, well, the thing is, what makes America so powerful is the idea of these God-given constitutional rights, egalitarianism, and these are the things which we can point to and say these are the basis for Americanism and the modern American experiment of the melting pot. But that's not really what gives America its strength. I think any culture which had been able to settle this wide, the landmass of the United States, which was a massive untapped resource that's really only been tapped for about 400 years, and has almost every natural resource available, from the great forests still to the oil, to the gold, to the steel, to everything. There's basically no resource which we don't have, including access to huge amounts of fresh water and massive space. No matter what had conquered or settled it, would have ended up being the most powerful nation on planet Earth, because they're just the amount of resources which is available to whatever government settled it.
Yeah, that's accurate. I mean, I can't argue with that. So
so the American experiment is a massive failure, and Americanism itself is a massive failure.
Interesting.
And there's no two ways about it. Our government's a clown show.
That's true.
Both sides, Democrats and Republicans. The fighting race of our time is an embarrassment. Donald J. Trump, an entertainer who failed to live up to his expected promises in his first administration, who was dogged by Democrats throughout his entire administration, impeached multiple times under completely false allegations, and then had to deal with election fraud, who's going up against a politician who sucked her way into a power position and has essentially kissed ass on her side ever since in order to get a VP slot. A joke even by Democrat standards. So I would say I'd say that the experiment has reached its conclusion, and the melting pot was a terrible idea, and Americanism is dying.
Do you think the melting pot idea goes back to the beginning, though? Because I think that's a relatively new concept, particularly multiculturalism.
Well, so when you think about the things which bind a population together, the first thing that binds it together is its theology. This sort of thing one which is necessary for there to be any sort of real population to begin with, because there has to be some standard of which to hold each other to account.
Exactly.
There has to be. No matter what, there has to be some standard where I can say, this behavior that you're doing is correct or incorrect based upon whatever this value structure is that we share. We can call that dogma and theology, right? Because it's always going to be essentially the same. Whether it's a deity or it's not a deity, there's going to be a dogma at the very least. There's going to be some type of value which is shared. So the theology first is going to start, and the civilization is going to form it around the dogma. Once that occurs, right, then a culture begins to spring up. The culture is only going to be as good, as valuable, and as technologically advanced as the dogma allows it to be. Period. That's it. So if almost everything is a technology, if language is a technology, clothing is a technology, status is a technology, right? Class is a technology, all of these are technologies. These technologies are going to necessarily be limited by the dogma which this culture has around it, which created the culture to begin with. And then your politics are going to essentially be a reflection of that culture and that technology, which comes from that initial dogma. And so this is, these are the kind of the concepts and building blocks for what a civilization is. And the dogma of Americanism is just a fucking mess, right? It's a total mess, and nobody agrees on even what it means, what any of the dogma means. And the idea of both religious freedom and individual freedom has led to essentially the most rampantly degenerate society in the history of mankind, arguably more degenerate than Rome. In fact, I would not even say arguably. It is a more degenerate society than Rome.
Yeah. There's a lot of degeneracy for sure. That's an interesting breakdown. I can't find anything that I absolutely 100% disagree with.
Well, I think it's healthy for us to have kind of these starting points from which we can really discuss politics. And one of the reasons you hear the words inside the political spectrum so often on YouTube and Twitch of the idea of bad faith is because people mostly don't understand that they're starting with these political axioms, which are not justified axioms. They don't even make sense, really. And when they're questioned and reduced, they can't give accountings for why it is they believe the things that they believe. This, in turn, leads to cognitive dissonance, and the only thing left to these people is to utilize the term bad faith. Your bad faith, you won't move into our axioms, right?
Yeah. Okay. Let me. Okay, I can see. You see the point. Do you think that while the idea, I could say that the idea of the government of the United States has failed. It is a mess, absolutely 100%. And it is, it's been corrupted to the core, right? I don't think that there's any single area that we could point to in the federal government that we would say this really does what the people intended it to do, and it is being done for the people. 100% agree with that. I agree with you. Is corrupt to the core. Would you then still maintain that the state governments, which are more individual, are less corrupted, or are you saying it's just as bad on the state level as it is at the national level?
It's every bit as bad at the local level as it is at the national level. Yes. So if you consider the building blocks of kind of modern American government to be localization, to statehood, to federalism, every single one of these has been corrupted to the point of irredeemability. They are not redeemable any longer. And the reason that they're not redeemable any longer is because once the population in a democracy understands one single core principle, which is that it can raid the treasury via mob rule to dispense monies from one class or group of people to another, whatever your system of government is dead and will always be dead forevermore.
Right.
This experiment, the idea of being able to relocate and reallocate funding from various groups of people to other various groups of people, just based on the fact that they have the power to vote, has created an infinite cycle of corruption, which is it is impossible to fix without the system itself being completely redone from the ground up. And I don't see a way around it other than localized collapse, followed by a rebuilding. I mean, the foundation's just too corrupted.
So what form of government then would be the solution, in your opinion?
Well, the thing is, I think it's really funny when people ask this question, because it's actually the wrong question to ask. The type of government you have is not really relevant. A dictatorship can be ruthless and authoritarian, or it can be extremely benevolent. It can be either of these things. It does not have to do one stereotype or another stereotype. It's not necessary. What you need is to have a virtuous population, and then you don't have to worry about the form of which your government takes. It wouldn't matter if it's a democracy, a monarchy, a autocracy even. You could have a fascist state, which is very benevolent to the ends of its people. I would say that Franco's Spain made some attempt at this, and even Mussolini's Italy tried to make some attempt at creating a body of the state, which would be kind of this corporate arm, which interacted with the trades of the state. So it doesn't really matter the government type. It matters the virtue and that initial starting theology of the population. And if that initial starting theology and dogmas are principled and good, and you maintain those, ultimately your rulers, it doesn't matter who rules you or why even.
Yeah, I agree with that being the most important, but you don't think that the type of government would lend itself more towards protecting those? Some would be better.
If you had a virtuous population, so this idea was explored by Plato's Republic. Plato comes to the same conclusion, right? It wouldn't matter if you had a noble lie, which held the entire population together, as Plato calls it, the noble lie. It doesn't really matter, because the idea is that the population itself is virtuous. Can you have a republic? Is there things about a republic that you could argue are better than things about monarchies? Checks and balances, things like this? Sure, absolutely. You could kind of make these nuanced arguments. I'm just saying that who cares ultimately? It's really only as relevant as the virtue of the population. Same with law. Law is only relevant if it's enforceable. If it's not enforceable, then who gives a shit what the law is?
Yeah.
Why would you argue which law is better than another law if there's no enforcement, for instance?
Yeah, I agree. Totally takes a backseat to morality.
So
yeah, well, it always is. It's always the idea of a population is never its government, ever, but the dogmas and the theology which maintains the virtue of its population. For instance, who would care if you had a king if all the king did was virtuous acts on behalf of his people? Nobody would give a shit. Right?
Yeah.
Do you think maybe communism makes that harder, though? For example, you're worshiping government at that point. You're letting government control your access to, say, religious material.
Well, communism's not a form of government. Communism's the opposition to any forming of a government. Communism and libertarianism, neither one advocate for a government or a government type. So these are in different categories altogether. Libertarianism advocates for a stateless society, which the virtues of the people revolve around private property ownership. Private property ownership is really the only law. The idea of the non-aggression principle relies on property ownership. So the dogmas of libertarianism are based 100% solely around the idea of a single virtue, and this virtue being upheld. The state itself is seen as an evil because the state itself is seen as a corrupting force to these dogmas of virtue. Communism is the opposite side of that same coin. Communism is advocating that there's a stateless society with no private property ownership. So they make the opposition claim that private property ownership in and of itself is the greatest evil, and that the virtues of people are the highest when all property ownership is shared equally with all people. So these are actually advocations against all forms of government. They just have a different principle that they adhere to for the things which are considered virtues inside of these stateless societies.
I've never heard that point about communism being the absence of government. That does make sense in some ways. I will say
its ultimate goal is a stateless society. That's what communism is.
Yeah, stateless.
It's the abolishment of government for a stateless society where property ownership is communal, not privately owned. Libertarianism is the exact opposition principle to this, with the same hierarchical order, which is to say there is no state. We live in a stateless society, but property ownership must be maintained individually. So they look at the virtue and the principle is the thing that they're fighting over, not the form of government itself, which it's always a critical mistake that people make, because you're able to engage in government. You think of government itself as being a virtue, and it's not. It's just an extension of virtue.
I definitely agree on the absence of government for libertarianism, though. We were talking about that earlier, me and Grid, and how I think that the absolute of libertarianism is anarchy, and no one wants to admit it.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how you define anarchy.
Yeah.
Right? Because some anarchists define anarcho-capitalism, which then necessarily requires a state enforcement, right? So, but both are really the ideal. The Ayn Rand ideal was a stateless society where covenant communities pick their own virtues and laws based around private property ownership. Communism is also the advocation of a similar idea of a stateless society with communal property ownership. These are just think this one virtue creates such a distinction between the two ideologies that they just fucking hate each other. Right? They're oppositional nemesis to each other.
Yo. Ben's coming on as well.
So what I guess what I'm getting out of this, and I've heard a similar argument before. The difference is that yours, instead of relying on the character of man, which obviously can be defined. We're looking to religion, Christianity for the moral system, for the government to be able to work for its citizens.
Well, you're just kind of logically reducing all of these systems to the pillars which hold them up.
Yes.
So when Mitt Romney says corporations are people, he's not lying. What is a corporation? It can't be an entity without being a person, right? The person is the corporation. You, the head of the corporation, are the corporation. The idea that a business is not a person is insane, because there would be no business absent the person.
Right.
The same thing operates with government. Government is just a confederation of people. So the element and the correlate between all of these systems is just one correlate, which is human beings. So if that is the case, that these are not systems which stand alone and do things on their own, they're all just a confederation of human beings doing different things, and that is exactly what is going on, then the idea that you would need anything other than the people doing these things to be virtuous is nonsense. That's all you would ever need. And so when people talk about this idea of like sexual morality, restraint, stoicism, virtues, things like this, they're talking about the regulation of human behavior. So if these humans are in power over other humans, they're acting in such a way which is virtuous. And if they are, then other people don't care. This is the general idea, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
And government in form, whatever form it takes. Like, could I imagine a communist state which was virtuous that worked? Sure. Sure, it's logically possible. You know, is it plausible? No, probably not. Right? Probably not.
I like that you said plausible. So that works out. Okay. I mean, this is a little different than I've heard it put before, but it's a really compelling breakdown.
Yeah, well, it's just everything that we talk about ultimately just reduces to people.
Yes, always.
You know, when people say the corn industry, for instance, kind of make it kind of brings up this image, you know, of CD cameras and, you know, kind of, you know, chains hanging from the ceiling. I'll just, you know, all kinds of kind of fucked up, messed up imagery will come into your head. But the idea, in all honesty, is just reduced to sexual morality. That's it. So it's just reduced to people. There is no porn industry. There are human beings who engage in pornography. And that's what the truth is.
So let me ask you a question I get asked a lot because of the particular stances I take. Do you believe that, and let's just pick on Nala because we know who she is, right? Do you believe that Nala can have sex with however many people on camera, then create an OnlyFans, do whatever she did there? I'm not even sure exactly what she did there. And then basically change her mind, repent, whatever, and move forward with life like nothing happened. Or not, maybe not like nothing happened, but to a more normal life. Because I personally believe that that's the way things are supposed to be, right? Like I think that's I think, you know, I wouldn't say forgive and forget, but definitely, you know, not necessarily hold someone's past against them beyond what your preferences are, right? And
well, the thing is that you're sort of falling into, I think, a false dialectic.
Okay.
So the idea here becomes there's only two paths. Either can Nala move past this and start advocating for righteous virtue, you know, or is she to have her past held over her for the rest of her life? Well, the thing is that you can kind of smash this dialectic because there's many, many more options than just this. For instance, now we're going to take other human behaviors into account for virtue as well. Is it proper to be skeptical of a man who diddles many, many children, who then advocates immediately against this and says he's cured? Wouldn't you be skeptical of this claim?
Absolutely.
Why?
People don't change overnight.
Right. So you're a pattern recognition machine. Exactly. You and your eyeballs and the things which are around, you're a pattern recognition machine. That's what you do. That's all you do. That's how your very brain is wired. The reason that you don't fall over when you're walking is because you recognize patterns. You know what's a trip hazard and what isn't. Even if you don't know what the thing is, you still recognize that it's a trip hazard because you've tripped on something similar to that before, or seen somebody trip on something similar to that before. So your feet naturally avoid those areas, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, this is just an identification of pattern. That's it. And so if the idea of the patterns which you've seen before is that women who make bad relationship choices are suddenly going to start making good relationship choices, while that could happen, It's logically possible, right? From the idea of what the pattern machine of your brain recognizes, you haven't really seen that.
Right.
That doesn't really happen much. This is the same idea behind the overnight reform porn star who goes on tour, right? Goes on tour to give her truth, to give her idea. Your pattern recognition mind instantly says, okay, this needs to be questioned. It's a fraud. This is a problem. This doesn't seem like it's redemption. This seems like it's cope, right? And what's wrong with that? Well, nothing, right? This is how human beings can avoid being conned. It's called street smarts, right? You can't always identify the con, but you can sniff out a con, right? So this is the idea is that a competence man plays on the ignorant because the ignorant haven't seen the patterns of whatever that con is. So, yeah, do I think that skepticism is warranted? Of course. But I don't think that there's only kind of these two options, these two pathways that we can go down. I think that there's hundreds of different pathways we can go down based on the patterns that we recognize.
Okay, say they've been living the good life, the straight and narrow for 5 years, 10 years. Would you be more? You would be more okay with it, right?
Well, yeah, but again, this comes back down to pattern recognition, right?
Yeah.
So the idea now is, well, people who I've seen who are alcoholics who stopped drinking for 10 years usually didn't start drinking again.
Right.
This is the pattern I see, right? Isn't that the pattern you see?
Mm-hmm.
And even if they do drink or have a drink or have a fuck up or, even drink for a week, that doesn't mean that they fall back into alcoholism either. So, yeah. So of course, from the kind of pattern recognition side, it's very simple for you to kind of figure out, well, wait a second, based on what I can recognize here as kind of these shared behaviors that I've seen time and time again, I would say that somebody who's reformed, like for instance, here's a really a pattern which everybody would have bought, hook, line, and sinker, myself included in you. Let's say Nala made no announcement other than I quit, I found Christ, that's that, and then shut her OnlyFans down and you heard nothing from her. Right? Nothing. You didn't hear anything. And then 3 years later, she did a video where she kind of talked about the evils of the porn industry, right? And said that she went into kind of a deep repentance and wanted to make sure that she didn't fall into these patterns and mistakes again. More people, many, many more people would have kind of bought into that idea because that seems like the pattern of somebody who has remorse, right? They're ashamed of what they did. But I don't get upset with people who employ the idea of skepticism because people are pattern recognition machines and skepticism is often warranted. So
I like that. I have that kind of, agrees with my outlook of I'm skeptical. I'll give her room to prove it, but that doesn't mean that I don't immediately accept it, but I neither immediately reject it either, because I have seen people recover, not really the right word, but move forward. So that I think that's cool.
And so that comports to reason, right?
Yeah,
that makes sense. It comports to reason.
What do you think about Destiny's rage quit on Rob Noor? Did you watch it? Did you watch that?
I did. So I had assisted Rob a bit with his debate prep as we tend to help each other. He's a professional debater, highly skilled, very, very skilled, especially on general political topics. He's maybe perhaps the most skilled conservative I've ever seen when it comes to American politics. The only other one that I would really point at who is just as skilled, just perhaps from a different angle, would be Nick Fuentes. He's very, very skilled on general political discourse. So these guys are masters of their craft in these domains. Both of them kind of have a weakness when it comes to the philosophical. So they both know a bit of philosophy, which helps them, but they don't really dive into sort of the pillars of philosophy, which would help them a great deal if they did. But then that would also be counterintuitive because they'd reject a lot of the kind of normalized systems which they advocate for, right? So in some ways it might be counterintuitive. But both of them are very, very skilled in this domain. Destiny is not skilled in the domain of politics. He's not very skilled there. He has a kind of sophist outlook when it comes to philosophy in general, but he also looks through everything through a status quo ideology. Constitution says, law says, precedent says, these are the systems. This is how we argue what the systems are. It's a really bad way to argue. So Noor pins him down again on the definition. Now, I had advised Noor not to even waste your time giving him a counter definition because it's unnecessary. He's the claimer. He's the person making the claim. So if he's the person making the claim, you don't need to counter the claim. It's not necessary, right?
Yes.
They have to demonstrate the claim. If they fail to demonstrate the claim, you've won. It really doesn't matter if you have made any claim to the contrary. You never have to say a thing is not if somebody says a thing is. They have to demonstrate the thing is. You do not have to demonstrate the thing is not. You understand?
Yes.
Good. Okay, so Rob's only mistake, and it's very clear that he wanted to see where it went, was giving him a counter definition.
Mm-hmm.
And near the end of the debate, he explained. He was like, no, it's actually was not wise of me to give a counter definition, because then what Destiny did to Rob was the same thing he criticized me for doing, which is to endlessly attack his sort of definition and idea behind what an insurrection is without giving him something to attack in turn. And so when I do it, it's bad faith. When he does it, it's fair game, right?
I was interesting. I hate to interrupt you here, but I have it's kind of a sidebar. Is it? I haven't noticed it until Rob pointed it out, but Destiny's technique of you can't say that that's not what you actually mean. I mean, that was odd to hear him actually say that, but he was almost acting as if he was a moderator or controlling the dialogue that Rob was putting out. Like, it was a very interesting technique. I hadn't seen him do that before. Maybe I have seen it, and it just didn't.
Well, anyway, the technique's called gaslighting.
Yeah, well, no, but I mean, it's like but he was literally
what you actually mean is when you say this, what you mean is when you're talking about this, what you're actually talking about is this is actually a low tier. So one of the reasons I usually get Destiny's number pretty much every time we debate is precisely because I don't allow him to do that. I'll say, no, what I mean is what I said, fucker. Not whatever your perception of dog whistle or nonsense is. What I mean is what I said. If you can't be diverted from that, his ammunition kind of goes away, right? Mm. So the rage quit happened because Rob essentially ended him with the same note that I did. I'll concede that this is an insurrection if you concede that basically everything is an insurrection. So if all Americans are just always doing is insurrecting, then who gives a shit anyway? So at that point, Destiny can take the win, but what does he win? He doesn't win anything, right? It's like, okay, sure, I'll concede January 6th an insurrection if you concede that all summer long liberals were insurrecting. If that is the case, then I don't care, right? At that point, insurrection is meaningless to me. Your kind of great virtue of Trump was an insurrectionist no longer means anything if we're all just insurrecting all the time. And that's what led to the rage quit, because that's what Rob was moving towards, was having Destiny say, look, the hippie insurrection is a thing, right? All of these things are insurrections, not to mention all the insurrection acts which were used against Native Americans, right? It's like, if just everything is something that is kind of an insurrection, then how much of a big deal is this anyway? And Destiny doesn't want to bite that bullet. So in the similar sense that Destiny says these words, he says, listen, any definition you give to me of an insurrection, I'm going to make it fit January 6th. And it's like, okay, but any definition you give me of insurrection, I'm going to make fit 1,000 other events and make them into insurrections. So if that is the case, then we're just always insurrecting. So who gives a shit?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting how it seemed like Destiny hadn't actually read his own finding, where they say that where the court actually said it doesn't fit this, but we think it is an insurrection. So they had the definition. They said, well, we don't really think it's that, but we're going to call it that anyway.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, ultimately, where Rob gets his number is the same place that I did. It's very obvious to everybody at this point that the reason this is of such import to Destiny is not because he cares about insurrections, because his definition would necessarily include tons of things leftists have done to be insurrections, and he just doesn't care about them. The reason that he needs this to be an insurrection is so that he can justify violence against Trump supporters, and that's it.
Yeah,
it's very simple.
100%.
Yeah, that's so transparent. And
it's so obvious. It's so obvious at this point that I think that he, no matter how much he kind of claims to the contrary, tries to make a counterclaim this isn't true. No, I mean, just nobody's buying it, right? It's beyond obvious that is the case, and so Rob was not willing to let him go on that, and brought it back around to that 100 times. Just admit that the reason you need this to be an insurrection is so that you can call Trump supporters traitors, so you can justify killing them. Just admit it. Stop fucking lying and just admit it. Right?
Yeah.
Because that's what's going on. And bravo to Rob Noor, because he brought more of that out of Destiny than any other person I've seen.
Oh, Destiny was so mad even before he rage quit. You could just hear in his voice.
Well, he was screaming.
Yeah.
Which is always fun to watch this kind of like high-pitched screaming from the Coomer gremlin. Rob, no, Rob, no, Rob, no, Rob.
I did not hear him gobble, though.
It was so great.
Well, the only person who makes Destiny lose his mind to the point where he gobbles is me. where he just starts fucking just gobbling blah, 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 and shit like that, right? You just bring out the Destiny demon.
Oh, that was great. That was great.
But I do think it was like a masterful kind of like argument where it's almost kind of like losing the battle, winning the war, because it's like, okay, if your definition hits everything, it's like Superman. Superman's only Superman because he's on Earth. When he goes back to Krypton, because everyone has the same power as him, he's just an ordinary guy. You know what I mean? So it's like, let everything equal an insurrection, and then I'm going to hit you with all these shit, and then his, you do just an ounce or a modicum bit of research on him, that his whole thing is just to justify the crazy shit he was saying, and Piers Morgan, all that kind of shit.
Oh, of course. You're absolutely right, Teriak. So, I mean, here's the thing, right? Rob knows this. So Rob used the same strategy I did. I'm willing to concede that this is an insurrection. If you're willing to concede that just doesn't mean much, right? It doesn't mean much. Because basically all of these kind of communist-headed political activists, law-resistant, Chaz Chop, et cetera, they're definitely insurrections for sure. And if that's the case,
lose his mind. when they were talking about that the Vietnam protests were insurrections.
Kent State. Yep, insurrections. Yep.
And,
well, that's the thing, right? Is Rob goes through and he's just like, I mean, I wouldn't even let it get that far, right? I just wouldn't entertain it that far. I just go, okay, the pillar one, I reject as being true, and the entire debate at that point stays around pillar one. It's like I'm not going to be charitable to this guy. I'm not going to be charitable enough unless he demonstrates each thing so it's sealed and airtight, and I have to move off of it. I'm not fucking moving off of shit. There's going to be zero charitability because there wouldn't be the other direction. Fuck them. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely.
Rob says, okay, well, let's give it both sides of the coin, right? I'm here for 6 hours. Let's do it, right? But Nora has sort of the luxury of doing that. I'm a much more high-profile debater than Rob is, though fundamentally I shouldn't be, because I've always said that Rob is one of the most underrated political debaters of our time. I mean, he just really is. And there's a lot of reasons for that, which really suck. You know what I mean? For one thing, it's the way that Rob looks is used against him. The way that his voice is used against him. He has a lot of things which presentationally are going against him. And so, that kind of sucks. But then on the flip side to that is that he's very relatable and he's very affable. But he's, and I think that he would have like kind of this massive following, but he's just not great at marketing himself,
Yeah.
So,
I actually found out about him through you, and I just started watching him. I really like the guy. So you're right. He does the marketing's bad, but I think finding out.
I'd say probably half or more of his current following is because the Crucible markets him so much, and I just really think that if he spent some time on that he would be kind of an enormous name all throughout maybe the world, because he's so skilled at what he does. It's just that, like any business, marketing is really, really, really important. And one of the reasons I take so many trips and go on so many different kind of high profile shows and things like this, because I treat my channel like I would any other business, and I market it, right? And that's what marketing is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've got to gear up and do some of that myself, but I really loved it when Destiny completely lost his shit because Rob didn't have itemized tabs that he could look at for the Vietnam War protest, and Destiny was going to have to actually like look it up, and he just absolutely lost his shit.
Yeah,
and it was like, I mean, it was complete hyper mouth, all of the things. It was really impressive to watch the destruction on there.
Well, Rob
is just so like calm about it. He's like, okay, I'll look it up, no problem.
Well, Rob Noor is a very noble sort of man. He's a family man. He has a wife who very much loves him, and he has a son, Hank, who he just adores. And Rob puts his family before he puts anything else. And kind of the offensive portion of this, and kind of the one of the easy ways you can point to societal decadence, is why is this man who's working 60 hours a week to support his family, who has this little son at home, who clearly puts all of the virtues of family before anything else, how is this fucking Coomer gremlin sort of scumbag piece of shit even good enough to talk to a man like that? How's our society so virtueless that a scumbag like this can even talk to a man like that? You know what I mean? That's the rub. You know what I mean?
I guess I shouldn't be shocked. I have to think that Destiny is on the political payroll of some PAC, because he's been on Piers Morgan now like 3 times. He's been on several other like pretty high profile shows as a streamer, a podcaster guy, and he spurgs out. I mean, he lost to Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan handed him his ass, and Piers Morgan doesn't even debate. I mean, it's a bad look. It's a bad look for Destiny. And he just keeps trotting out, which I guess, why wouldn't you? You're getting paid, I guess.
Well, Destiny has a massive following, which he accrued from Justin TV, which became Twitch. And he was one of the first on board. Destiny, in many ways, invented the genre that you currently see of internet bloodsport debating. That was something of an invention of Destiny's. And he can't take that away from him. He did essentially invent that whole entire genre. Now, it's been refined since him. And many people have come who are much better at it than he is, right? But he was kind of the first to the table. And so he did amass a large following, and that following has stuck with him because they took a vested interest in the various arcs of this human being who they vested 5, 6, 7 years watching. They're not going to stop watching him now, even if they hate his guts.
That's true.
And so because people want access to this following, they're willing to humor him.
Yeah.
You know, and I've fallen into that trap myself.
Cool. I have a super chat here from FFB. I haven't seen you in the chat before, but thank you. I'm dating a girl and falling in love. She's got 3 kids with one guy. I don't know, guys. I'm a successful guy at 33. I'm falling in love. Probably a simp. What's your recommendation? I don't actually have one. I've never been that involved with a girl with kids, so I don't have any.
Well, there's nothing immoral about falling in love and loving a woman who has children with another man. There's nothing wrong with that.
I think you're a hero if you are, honestly.
The problem comes in only with the idea that it's appropriate in some way to shame men who don't want to do that. That's where the rub comes in. That if a man has preferences not to do that, or they don't see it as being good for their life or something like this, that they're in some way shamed for it, or that we're going to pretend that there's some virtue in and of itself of being a single mom, because there's not any virtue in it. It's a thing, but it's not a virtuous thing.
Yeah.
And so the idea of you're somehow better than non-single moms, that needs to be rejected. And the idea that men should date a woman or can't categorize them out of the dating pool for them because they have children, of course they can. So that's where the idea kind of comes in and conflicts, right?
I guess I'd have to say that if you consider yourself simping, that's kind of a warning sign right out of the gate, right? Like I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably wrong about that. Just seems.
I don't know.
Odd.
I mean, you simp for your wife, dude. Come on.
I do.
You simp a little bit. You simp a little bit.
But she's my wife.
Well, I mean, but the thing is, I mean, let's kind of look at this objectively.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to pretend that the day before she wasn't your wife, you weren't simping? You were simping.
You know, like
it wasn't like you woke up and you were married and now it's time to simp.
I mean,
right?
Once I knew I was going to marry her, that was it. That's where the simping started. Like up until that point, I was just kind of like, whatever. But the minute I was like, I'm going to marry this girl, that's when it all, you know, that's when the simping became a real thing. And I'm not even sure I'd asked her yet. I just knew that I was going to marry her. So yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it's okay. I think it's okay to simp a bit for your wife. You know what I mean? But I think you don't even want that equally yoked, right? You want your wife to be your ultimate simp, and then a little bit of reciprocation is okay, but
yeah,
ultimately you want it to not be equally yoked in that regard.
Yeah, that's a truth. That's very, very good. Yeah, and you've been how's the debate university going?
It's going good. We're doing a few changes to it. in the next few days, which are going to be really good. So I mean, yeah, all of that's going really well, and yeah, people are enjoying. I mean, we put a lot of work into it. I figured it would do pretty well.
Yeah.
So we'll just continue like I do with everything. I'll just continue to refine, work on it, make it better, make it better, make it better. And the current customers who came in and got the course, we always want to give them way more value than they paid for, right? That's always the goal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I have absolute faith that you'll make it work, because that's what you do. You make it work. So
yeah, I've always followed the continuous improvement model. There's not much that I work on that isn't 100 times better a year after I started it than when I began it, right?
Yeah.
So kind of a source of pride for me. Can you describe a little bit about Debate University? Yeah. So the idea behind it is to give people the fundamentals for discourse, understand basic concepts and traps when it comes to discourse, which would include debating, of course, so that you can navigate successfully through conversations correctly and win in these conversations. So the idea behind this is because 7 in 10 of the people who reach out to me or reach out because they want debate help was, well, wait, why don't I just put most of this knowledge in one place where people can kind of go through and and learn for themselves how to kind of navigate these things instead of answering each one of these people individually. Give them something collectively that they can take a look at, and then continue with the support afterwards, which is why we have a group after you buy the course, that you're a part of this group. And then, once or twice a month, we'll hold kind of the open discourse dialogue where I can go through and navigate all of the questions and all of the arguments. This helps keep me sharp, but it also really helps keep them sharp. So conversation is a skill and debate is a skill, and you need to practice it to be good at it. Guys like Jake Rattlesnake made a big video today covering a recent debate that I had. Has told me many, many times, just like Brian Atlas and many other large creators, that just watching me debate has been highly, highly educational for them and has assisted them in navigating conversations. So I wanted to give them access to those fundamentals.
All right. FFB comes back with, sorry, guys, hard to give the full context, but thank you for the advice, insight. You're certainly welcome, and thank you for the $9.99 super chat.
Just to echo on that point that Andrew's making there, like the debate you had against the Jewish guy, what was he?
Oh yeah,
where you basically pinned him into incest.
Yep.
Like I basically like that. Like I took that argument, and then I had an abortion debate, and I just used the similar kind of line of path where I was like, okay, let's take his logic and then pin him down on I think it was like a dead body, and he couldn't refute it. He was just like, well, no, I'm against that, but then like suddenly bodily autonomy matters. I think you actually came on and then gave the Andrew Wilson effect to him as well on it. But yeah, like I said, it's just like even just watching Andrew, it's like there's a lot to learn.
Yeah, there is, and I've been, I eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff, right? That's what I'm always thinking about. I'm always thinking about arguments,
I can tell.
and crafting and navigating, kind of the systems which are in place to deliver these arguments effectively. And so you always have to be ready for the thing that you haven't heard yet. You know what I mean? And be able to think on your feet, navigate through that and through their gotcha, and then turn it around. And it is a skill, and it's a highly effective skill in all aspects of your life. Nobody who becomes a phenomenal conversationalist ever regrets it, ever. Nobody.
100%.
Nobody ever says, man, I really wish that I was worse at verbal discourse.
It's true. That's very true.
So anyway, I've taken up enough of your time, Grid. Thanks for letting me pop on your show this evening. I really appreciate it.
And we got one last $5 one here from Kronos 5420. Can we please confirm Andrew didn't catch anything from Crazy Booty Attack? Desiree. Sorry, just asking the joke. That was when I got home, right? My wife did take me out back, and she took the fire hose to me.
And
in the lye soap.
Then she put me in the car and she drove me to a screening where they screened me for every single STD known to man, and some of them which are not known to man. She paid extra for that. And then it was cold bed for a couple of days just to be sure, right? No, I'm kidding. But
that was crazy, Andrew. I have to admit that I did not see that coming. And after that, Nick was he had his finger on the blurb or the cutaway button, and every time she would bring her hands above her waist, he would like hit the button. It was very funny.
Well, the thing is I knew something was coming. I could tell from her body language that she was about to do something. I didn't know if it was going to be I'm going to grab something and throw it at you, or that I'm going to come over and dump water on you, or something like that. But the second she stood up, that's why I moved my chair back, because I was like, this chick's about to do something crazy, and I don't know what it's going to be, but I want to be ready for whatever it is. So I kind of thought something in that, like the 2 minutes leading up to it, I thought something was coming.
Did she actually touch you, or was she just trying to?
No, she was backing up, clearly trying to. I just got the fuck away from her very quickly.
But we can confirm there was no skin-to-skin contact.
Can confirm, yep.
Congratulations, sir.
Yeah.
That was just crazy to watch.
I also, like, just so you know, I would have hit her. Like, if she had come over and she had actually touched me, I would have punched her.
That would have been glorious.
And I would have been absolutely fine with that. If you come over to rub your genitals on me, I don't care if you're a male or a female, I'm going to deck you.
Right?
That's just how it's going to be.
And
you got it coming. So
yeah,
absolutely.
It was so crazy. I couldn't even believe it. And the way she flip-flopped around on all the different aspects of her story, which we can't even call an argument. It was really, I don't know. I don't know how you sat there for as long as you did, because it seemed to be just a gigantic waste of your time.
Well, it's not
good content. So.
The kind of new age ideas that women dive into. Desiree is not exclusive in this category of new age lunatic women. And so I think that having their ideas on display is important, even if they seem like they're babbling and incoherent. Good. I want to show that that's what they are.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, it was on display, 100%. That was very clearly on display. And
no, that was not a waste of time. That was great content.
Yeah. Who do you want to debate next? I mean, who's like the big debate that you would like to do?
Well, there's three. So one of the ones I wanted to do was with Haas, and that's being done. We're going to do that live in Miami this month. In fact, we're going to be doing that live in Miami. So it was really funny because we were going to do it earlier in the month, but I reached out to him and I'm like, bro, I am really fucking busy and I just don't think I'm going to be able to get out there. And he's like, honestly, I'm really busy too. So, it kind of worked out. Yeah, it worked out fairly well for us because we were both working on different projects. And so we were able to get a date consolidated for on or around the 22nd, 23rd, something in there of this month. That'll be a huge debate. He's one of the most prolific communists online. So that'll be really good. And he's also very skilled in philosophy, and it'll be a good debate. But the big one that I want more than any other one is fucking David Pakman. I hate David fucking Pakman. I hate that guy. And I really would like to just eviscerate and brutalize his worldview.
What's going to be the debate prompt for that? Do you know yet?
Yeah, I'm not going to give that away now.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind. Shouldn't have asked. Asked. Well, Andrew, is great, man. I'm glad that you came out by and chilled out with us for a little while. It's always a pleasure to have you on. So.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. I got liturgy in the morning, so I'm going to try to get back to sleep. I actually fell asleep, and then I woke up, and I was like, "Oh, this guy's still fucking going. I'll just pop in and say what's up." He's doing the night shift. I'll go say hi to my friend real quick. He's doing the night shift.
It, I do. Actually, we were probably 10 or 15 minutes away from calling it when you came in. And we're like, we'll just keep going.
Well, thanks for staying up. Well, I'll talk to you, man. You have a good night.
Yeah, you too. Have a great night, Andrew.
It was a pleasure speaking with you, Andrew.
Hey, you too, man. You guys all have a good night. Teriak, got to keep those memes coming, dude. You're a fucking meme machine. What are you doing? Yeah, wasting your talents with discourse. You're a meme. Yeah. You're a meme maker, bro.
I know. I need to get back into my meme element. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. All right. Yep. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, man.
Take it easy, Andrew.
Glenn in the house.
Yeah, maybe he is. I don't know. How's everybody?
Could be washing his balls.
That was good. Teriak, how do you get Cat a strike, young man?
Listen, it was not my fault. Cat always puts the blame on me. I was the one that was defending the small hat people. I didn't bring up the small hat people, but I was defending them, and somehow she managed to get a strike. I think it was modern life dating.
Strike.
Yep. It was like it's a mixture between Damon and MLD came on. So it was like kind of went. It always derails. Like that's just basically a typical Cat stream. Yeah, Modern Life Dating. I think he was on like Pearl Show.
Yeah, I've seen him. He's been on FNF.
Yeah. So it was, like for whatever, like it's a typical Cat stream. Do you know what I mean? It's like we have a topic, and then within like after 20 minutes, just gets derailed from there.
MLD's a pretty good big personality to come on that stream.
Yeah.
So I think the topic was something got to do with dating. It was like, does intelligence matter when you're like for your partner and all that kind of stuff? So again, it was kind of like trying to find like where's the line, all that kind of stuff. So again, like kind of like typical kind of thing is like you don't want to be kind of like in a situation where it's like I actually don't trust this woman with my kids or like confidence in terms of that level. But it's very hard to kind of actually like like this is the minimum IQ or things like that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's I don't know. I saw MLD a couple of times on whatever. I can't say that I thought like a ton of good thoughts about his program there, but he apparently really got into some hot water on one. He got like really drunk on whatever, and I didn't actually think anything he said was that bad, but other people did, and they were not happy. So I don't know. It was.
I'm with you. I didn't see anything wrong with what he was saying, but maybe I missed it, or somebody's posted in chat. There were some other things he did that maybe were reprehensible off the show, but yeah. And I have heard like some people disavow him, and I'm like, I don't know.
He was drunk as fuck on whatever.
Yeah, he was.
Like that dude was slurring his speech and everything. Like hopefully they got him an Uber somewhere. So Teriak, you got Cat. Shapiro strike, man.
Yeah, what can I say? It's one of those things. Do you know what I mean? It's like a badge of honor. You know what I'm saying? It's like you were speaking truth. They come after you. Like the fact that she got the strike, it shows that like she's getting eyeballs as well. So like I consider it like a silver linings. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do those roll off after a certain amount of time?
I'm sorry?
Do those roll off after a certain amount of time, the strikes?
My understanding is that I think it's 3 within 30 days or something, but I just try not to get any, so I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
So that's my strategy. So yeah. I don't even know how this comes up in your like whatever thing that you guys were talking about, but apparently you guys just go far afield. Oh, 3 months. It's 3 months.
Ooh, that's really difficult.
So 3 months. It's 3 strikes in 3 months, and your channel's gone. after 3 months, I think they roll off one at a time. I think.
Because yeah, gotta play it safe. You know what I'm saying? Especially because, like I said, 3 months. But yeah, it's just because like we tend to like there's no like general kind of like structure to it. It's just kind of like we have a topic, and then like I said, it's like Cat Spacey reading ChatGPT or Cat GPT as we're calling it now. And then from there, it's like we get to like 20 minutes, and then it's like kind of roll on to the next thing, and then one thing gets mentioned, and then it kind of spoils off. But like I said,
she seems to be doing a lot. She's a lot more animated. So maybe that's probably better for her to do that show with you guys, as long as you don't get her, banned.
Yeah, that's the thing. Do you know what I mean? But like Damon's also a good character to have on as well. Like he's kind of unfiltered, but like he has the British accent, so it's like, I mean, he's very kind of fun and lively in that element as well.
Yeah. Well, that's it was a tough one. Did you guys watch the Destiny debate? Because I know that Andrew and I were talking about it. Did you guys watch it with Rob Noor?
I didn't watch the whole thing, but I did watch the clip that Noor posted. It was just a significant amount of time. I think it was like 12 minutes or something.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it was. I thought Destiny was going to lose his mind when Rob just said any of the Vietnam War protest. Well, which one? And he's like, "What do you mean? There were like hundreds. What do you want to pick? You mean we to pick one out of 100? What the hell, man?" That's why. Well, I don't think he said that, but that's why I would have said it, because Rob was just like so patient. He was just like, "Yeah, okay, we'll look it right up right now. You want me to look it up? I'll look it up." I know. He was. That's accurate. Rob didn't know he had rage quit. He's like talking.
Yeah.
He's like, Destiny?
He's like, are you gone? Are you still there?
Are you still there? That was funny. Yeah.
But it's like the perfect way to come at it, because it's like, that Destiny's going to try to Gish Gallop, but he's going to come out the gates like hot and heavy and all that. Just being able to remain cool, calm, collected. It goes to show, you know what I mean? Eventually they just can't take it, and they throw the toys out the pram.
It's a pretty common debate tactic now, especially one-on-one debate. Like the other night, last week, I was a moderator for this thing that Team Fatty does with, and it was Glenn versus Beans, the little podcast reacts, and Beans, he just kept like, he had a very specific tact that he wanted to use, and it didn't have anything to do with the actual debate prompt. And I let him go for a little while, and I was hoping Glenn would call him and say, "Hey man, we're off topic now." But then I ended up having to tell him that he was off topic, and bring it back and narrow the scope and answer the debate prompt and all of that. So Glenn won that one because Beans never made his case at all, and he really just wanted. There was like one point that he wanted to use, and it was bad, and I had to rein him in. But it was like I was in the debate with Glenn. Like I was like, why is nobody saying anything about this? But yeah, it was. And then I kind of had a little sidebar mini debate during the moderator questions, and that was cool. That was fun. But it's the same kind of thing. People change the scope. They'll take it somewhere, and you have to just say no. That's not how it is. That's not. You're way outside the scope. And I saw Wally do that. Wally had let Shiva do that to him when they were talking about the. Shiva just kept asking about why, and this seems to be a very popular talking point with people when they want to talk about the Bible and God being not very Christian or being conflicting, when it talks about how the Israelites were ordered to murder or kill the Canaanites. And it's like, well, God says, do not kill or do not murder. How does this work out? And then it's like, because they killed the babies, and like, what has an innocent baby ever done to you? And I'm like, well, first of all, The 10 Commandments were for God's people. They weren't for everyone. So if you weren't God's people, the 10 Commandments didn't apply to you. So at that point, that ends all your entire argument is moot, because you're talking about people who were not God's people. And second, even if you want to be that generous and kind, and accept that, then the second point would be that you didn't, back in those days, you did not leave children alive because they grew up to be men that sought revenge on, guess who? You. So you didn't do that, and that's just the way it was. And it was very interesting. Wally just he kind of like floundered around a little bit for that, and Shiva got him. He did.
Yeah, but Wally got the revenge there on Friday, because it was like he had a 1v1 versus Wally, and it's got to do with morality. Is it absolute, or is it objective, basically, or is it subjective kind of thing? And Wally just kind of nailed him with the like, okay, is killing babies, because he basically like took the arguments like, is killing babies ever justified? And Shiva wouldn't go back then. Like Shiva had to give his definition, where he thinks that morality is just you just telling you how you feel about something, and then Wally just kind of roasts him on that.
That's good.
Yeah, like it shows, like I said, like kind of the progression, kind of like learning from it, and then like getting the rematch was pretty sweet.
Shiva tries to hide behind that educated tone a lot.
Yep.
So what he tries to do is he tries to make it sound like he's an expert lecturing you, rather than what he's actually doing is guessing. He's guessing. And I've noticed that when he's debating. So
yeah, but I think he even admits that as well. Like sometimes he doesn't know what he's saying, but it's because like the British accent and then the kind of the tone he hits at it. But the fact that like I said, just like you have that kind of like a lot of kind of like these like easy channel, all that kind of stuff, where it's like there's like these regular chances to kind of like, you know, brush up on your skills and all that, and like see these kind of arguments real time. It kind of, again, like, and I'm not saying that I'm a skilled debater at that. I'm a memester, like Andrew said, you know. But it's just always like a good kind of like skill to have, and just kind of like refine and kind of like try to improve on in your own kind of way in terms of that, like, you know. But yeah, like it's kind of the also in terms of that whole kind of like the like God ordering them to kill the Canaanites. It's actually kind of coming up with the Book of Enoch that I'm doing on Thursdays with Farney. It's like the whole kind of concept of that was that the Watchers came down, like the fallen angels came down. They impregnated these women with like basically giants. So like that's why God basically flooded the earth and all that, and that's why you have like David versus Goliath. Like Goliath is a giant, like that these were only a grasshopper in their eyes and all that kind of thing. They have that kind of aspect to it as well, you know.
Right. Are you crazy? Shiva uses the babies a lot. I think he goes for emotion. Obviously he does. I mean, that's his only play there. He doesn't have another play. Hey Grid, good to see you live. Well, I'm alive. Good to see everybody in the chat tonight. It's been a good show so far. Sport Brand goes with Shiva is funny, but still really misguided. Love thy enemies and whatnot. Yeah, go with that. Go with that. I think Shiva's like, sometimes he can be really genuine, but when he's debating, it's a persona. It's not he is not like doing it right. Like it's a complete persona that he adapts. So he'll say whatever, he'll do whatever, and all of that. So I agree with whoever said that or echoed that. I think he uses his tone and he comes off trying to sound like he's really intelligent when he says the dumbest shit, you know.
But you're even starting to see that kind of exposed with this, you know, that he's rage quitting and he's like that shit on the Piers Morgan, where it's like he couldn't even answer. Like it's like, oh, do you think that like violence is justified against Trump supporters? And he's there like, yeah, like I'd laugh at their graves and all this. Like, What we
Yeah,
doing here?
Destiny's really like. I know I've seen in the chat a bunch of like downward spiral and all that. I agree. I mean, he's really. I don't really know what word you would use, but it's just this. It's not. It's definitely not in good faith, and I have to wonder if he's using like drugs or I don't know. Like, I mean, I know he's admitted to doing them before, but and I usually kind of just joke about it, but in all seriousness, I have to wonder, right? Like, does this dude like if you saw his reaction or go watch his reaction when Rob tells him?
I'm definitely gonna look that up.
I hate to overgeneralize, but he is a leftist degenerate. So my automatic answer to has he done drugs is yeah.
Oh yeah, no, he's admitted that he's done drugs, but I'm saying I don't know that he has like, I don't know how much now.
Oh,
yeah.
I'll bet Adderall is probably a very tempting drug if you're a leftist debater.
Oh, he's definitely on Adderall.
Yeah.
Guys in the chat, we're going to be sending you over to Glenn's stream as I wind down. We're going to wind down in just a couple of minutes here. Really, I was actually about ready to call it a night when Andrew came in, and then we had got teriyaki on and all of that. So that was fun, and we're having a great time. But I do have to get some sleep, guys. I'm an old person, so yeah, just have to bear with me. And so I'm getting you guys set up, and just got a couple of things here. Who dropped?
I think that was
Glenn, but his stream is up.
Oh yeah, he can't. Yeah, he's not in someplace. But yeah, we're going to. But Destiny's he's just a weird dude, and at one point in time, I wanted to have him on the show, and we were going to have him on the show, and I was like, nah, I'm not really ready to have him on the show. You know, I don't. I've got like at that point I didn't had hardly any followers or subs or whatever, and it was it was terrible. So I was like, I don't want him. But and now I don't know that I would, just because he's too erratic and you just never know what he's going to fucking say.
Mm-hmm.
And he can get away with a lot of shit, but if he says some of that shit on my channel, it could nuke my channel. So fuck that guy. We're not playing that game. So
100%.
Yeah, so Destiny's admitted to using meth. He's admitted to using Adderall. He downs Red Bull like it's fucking water. So, I mean, you guys do your own math, right? Like, just go with that.
I'm pretty sure
I'm gonna call it. I love you guys, but you got to go the fuck away. Go to Glenn's. It's gonna be a good time for you guys. He's over there waiting, and literally have a great night, guys. Enjoy the show over at Glenn's. It's gonna be great. And get off my lawn, okay?